Hello, 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 and welcome back. We are uppity going. We have returned. We are alive, and welcome to the absolute chaos of Mimas. Name is Iceforge, and you have come to another glorious, chaotic Saturday. And we're back at trying to cause things to not explode. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Hey, Trash Panda. Yeah, there's not a lot of people streaming Stationeers, so it is a small community currently. And look at that, we have a stack of Invar, we got some gold laying around, got some solder, some heavy cables, and whatever, whichever. Yeah, especially English speaking. Yeah, that it's interesting. So the after lunch, like early evenings or afternoons. There's a lot of Germans streaming. But not a whole lot of English speaking streamers during that time, which is a bit peculiar. There's more countries in Europe than Germany during the early hours. But yeah, no. So we are back at it. We're adventuring, going ham. Get this little potato all done and orderly. Yeah. Like I said, we be back. We are at it. We are potatoing our way forward. You're gonna be sad, yeah. That's fine. Where did we leave off? We left off with we fixed this thing up, but we don't have one up for water. So we are gonna add another LED, and we're gonna add another sign and another warning light for water, just so we can make sure that we keep track on that. The water filtration as well. So first off, we are gonna rename you. Instead of water, we're gonna rename you to H2O. And I hope it doesn't mess with any of the other codes, because I think we are using the ID rather than the names for the other ones, which is another reason why I kind of like IDs rather than the names. But I opted for names now, in case we use multiple filtration devices. It'll allow it to just do its thing. So we're sort of rampantly starting to use power, which is not an insignificant thing. And as we can see, our hydrogen is a little iffy. What I am tempted to also do is have like moles per or either moles or ratio of gas in the waste tank, so we could see how much of the hydrogen or whatever. But that's going to be less of a problem once we actually have a proper tank system for these gases, because right now it's a little bit lackluster. But as you can see, we get the data out. We're not using any pipe analyzers or anything other fancy. We're just using the filtration units themselves, which is great. And we're gonna keep adding some more stuff. We need some safety things, because right now we're not regulating these guys at all. Before we hopped off, we talked about which ship is it? I believe it's this one.
It's not correct. There's not
But adorable. Jävlar vad tjocka formerna var. Jag trodde det var dubbla först, men nej, det var det inte. Partner just made muffins. Let's get the camera back on. There we go. So where do we start? Like we have ton of things we need to do. We have a ton of things we should be doing, and we have a ton of things we probably ought to do before anything else, anywhere else. And that wall made it a little bit complicated to turn that off. Sheets. So let's start off with setting up and making a bunch of sheets. Obviously, we're gonna need to empty our waste tank. We're gonna need to get things cooking properly. Maybe automate that thing. Right, that was what we were doing before we hopped off. It's gonna be this device, and it's gonna be iron. Because we want to get some hydroponic trays. Hey, look at that. There's more iron. Let's get those 3 trays out. And let's fill in, get in our hab. Get this thing opened up. Grab some eats. Plant some more plants here. Move out of the way, potato. Is that moderately well because they are lacking light, or is that moderately well because they want light? Either way, we're gonna plant up these seeds. Look at that, we expanded our potato by a significant portion. Now, we are concerned about gas. Yeah, I should... Well... Yeah. Hab and growth house. Like, hab and plants. We're gonna need some CO2 in here. I'm thinking reversing this. Or maybe, yeah, let's hook up a CO2. Let's hook up the CO2 in here quickly, just so we can remedy the potatoes and the emergency stuff for the growth. Not the tablet. Go away. Shoe. Open helmet. Yeah, I think sealing off the hab and getting some atmos up is gonna be key, because we also want to make sure that we reduce our problems with our hygiene. Let's get this closed up, locked up. Which is kind of funny because, you know, we were watching Nemo's stream earlier, and which was great. If you haven't checked him out, you should definitely do that as well. And we are gonna... I also need to add him on like recommended stream thing list. So that should be our steel sheets done. That's cool, nice. That thing is up there. Pipes. We want to be making some insulated pipes, which means we want to be using some silicone, which I don't think we have a whole hell of a lot of. Do I need to do some silicon mining? Which is kind of funny. It's like, hey, I want to fix up the hab. Silicon mining is what we need to do. Got some steel there. And let's do that. Turn you off. Can we... There we go. We managed to turn it off. We shouldn't have turned it off until we jettisoned those guys, but that's fine. That's iron walls. Do I need frames? Where do we have frames? Iron, some steel frames. That's walls, that's walls, that's more iron. That's some pipes.
Air tank low.
Well, the air tank low is less of a problem. What's the temperature? Oh, we're fine. That's 10 degrees. Alright, so as we can see, nitrogen is starting to build up here. We're starting to get a little bit of CO2. And it's a comfortable 15 degrees because it's mostly coming from the ice. Nothing is really recycled at the moment, which is also kind of bad. We want to add another Stirling engine here because that gas coming out here is 800 degrees. It can go through another Stirling engine, which will give us more power. We need more batteries. And we don't want to throw away our Constantan laying around here. Yeah, so steel, which we have some left here. Frames, which we are gonna do that. Can I get up here? Can we turn you back on? So I was thinking having that as our temporary entrance. That's not gonna work. And as we can see, the hydrogen or the oxygen is depleting. And that's another filter that we busted. We need to place out that recycler soon. Because I mean, this is my trash heap. Like all of these CO2 filters. Bam, gone. And then we have another nitrogen filter there. We got another nitrogen filter. Yeah, we definitely need to drop down that recycler soon as well. We're getting pipes. We are getting frames. We want to do... Maybe we just do a quick... Like a little quick 3x3. Do it here. And then we'll slap up the greenhouse. And then that's going to be our focus. That's going to be enough. Let's do that there. And we told you gave that suggestion as well, Trash Panda. You know, just focus on the greenhouse. So we get a little bit more serious farming going. Yeah. You can be jetpack critical. You can be hydration low and whatever else you're complaining about right now. Let's put that there for easier navigating for the moment. Put that there. Get those things. Oh right, I have 12 free. We don't need to put you there then. We can just put you there. So these are gonna be welded. These are gonna be welded. Right, gotta up our French fry production capabilities. Definitely, that sounds like the best idea so far. I was also looking at adding, so stream-wise, something I was sitting and doing just before I popped on the stream, which is also why the stream was a little bit late. I completely lost myself in time. I was looking over adding some custom sound bites and whatever to for redeeming the channel points. And I have a couple of good ones, but if you do have a suggestion for like specific kind of meme-ish soundbite ideas and or from clips and whichever else, don't hesitate to throw them my way. Just maybe I'll add a suggestion channel on the Discord or something. I don't know. We'll see how we want to deal with them. That's good. Let's put you in there so you stop complaining. And that's gonna be our heavy cable, and that's gonna be going. Do we want to pull the heavy cable around this way? Probably. That way we can get the heavy cable out there without being in the way. Oh, it's gonna be in the way anyway. I know myself. Eventually, I'll find a way to get it in the way. Might not be in the way right now, but it'll be in the way by the end of this. So as the main... Actually... You know what? It's the main hab power. We are gonna separate these out. So we're gonna put you here. We're gonna grab you, and we're gonna do that. Do I want to do that for the... Yeah, we wanna... Let's do that for one of these as well. So, small cable, data cable, heavy cable, power cable. Doesn't matter if it's low voltage power on the cable. If it's power on the cable, it's gonna be a heavy cable. That's just what we're rolling with. Accept the gold loss. Also, we haven't turned on the music. Gasp. The horror, the chaos, the carnage. Oh my god. Get this stuff out of the way. Yeah.
Power low.
What power low? Now you're just finding things to complain about. That's what I feel. Can we pull? Yes, we can. So this is currently a door just to have the occupancy sensor working. Once we have the whole building sealed in here, we'll rip this floor frame and we'll rip this wall out as well. Let's see here. You are gonna be gone, my good sirs. Bam. Vanished. Kapoof. But since we know we're not gonna have problems with the power over exceeding the limit of these things right now, we're just gonna allow these to mix and then we replace them. There we go. So that airlock now has power. Awesome. And that thing's got power, that thing's got power. Since the power is gained from here, I don't technically need to pull it all the way down here, but I think it might be a good getting out of here. We are gonna reorder some stuff here for a lot of parts. Where did I put? There is the other cable. We're gonna put you in there. We're gonna grab that one so that one doesn't get lost. Put that back in here. Right. So, greenhouse. Now the good thing is, we're on an atmospheric-less planet. So, we don't need to ventilate this space. It's already completely gone. Which means all we need to do is put up walls, put up a pressure regulator, and bam, we can start pushing oxygen and whatever else into it. Which is pretty neat. And... yeah, I might do a mixed and then a passive vent. Huh. So I'm thinking for the gas input from the start, right? Because that's gonna be, where did I put that thing? I put that on the ceiling. That's gonna be going here and then downwards. I'm thinking if we just put the singular pipe, right? And then we just fly the pipe here. Don't mind the flying pipe. It doesn't mind you. You shouldn't be minding it. It's just the way it works. I'm gonna fall off the platform here shortly. No! Let's do that and go some jet packing. So we do a singular pipe first, that we just shove our mixer into. Or, well, our ratio. And then we'll pull separate pipes later on. We're gonna need walls. Do we have more steel? We don't have more steel there. We don't have more steel there. Do we have some more steel here? No. You are steel less, and you are just ingot. Ingot. So when the sun comes up next, we are gonna need to do a coal run. It's just like, you said something, my good sir. Would you like some sun temporarily for a little bit of a second? Fine, I'll bite. Watch how the sun just freaking magically vanishes here in the next second. It's not like that helped me with finding any coal, really. Unless, of course, that's coal up ahead. Is that coal up ahead? Dun, 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 dun. That is coal up ahead, and that's iron. It's almost like we can just mine steel right here. So we're gonna pick you out. We're gonna grab the ore, and then we're gonna grab the tracker so we can find our way back, even though we're just outside the base over there. We're gonna manage to get ourselves lost somehow. You see how the coal's just, like, it's a little fuzzy white. It's hard to do black coal on a tablet that is black. So I can understand the confusion, but at least make it distinguishable white, at least. Or, you know, a proper sized up grayscale. I don't know. Pick a better color, please. So we are gonna grab some steel, and then we're gonna make some walls, and then we're gonna put up a little building. And that is gonna be our increased production for our plants. And after that, with a plant building in place, maybe we even go so far as to start making some trader stuff, since that's just, like, getting traders up, really super simple. Like, it sounds more complicated than it is. It's just finicky and some RNG. So I think that might be our next step after we get the greenhouse up. That's actually a pretty decent chunk of coal here. I like it. Ooh, some silicon, all the goodies here. You know what? I am happy I went out. I took the opportunity, went out and started digging. Because this is all the good stuff. This is all the things we need right now. Now, adventuring out like this, if we do see cobalt and nickel, we are gonna need to start mining it. Because we're gonna need to start thinking about alloys. Because something I do desperately need to do, it is starting to capture the gas output from that steam generation. And then basically banking it. Look at all of this gold, delicious. Because I need to start grabbing the pollutants from the smelting. And we need to start capturing the CO2 in larger capacities. And then I need to start looking over a systematic way to cool it down effectively and quickly. Which I can actually, which I also need to be able to regulate, which is why we need the advanced furnace and stellite. We can make stellite glass, we can make the big ass radiator. Because that thing, we can control how much heat it can push out and how much heat it absorbs. Without having to mess around with the pipe systems too much. Which will also allow us to do liquid as a cooling medium. Which in of itself is gonna be absolutely terrifying, but so effective. So it's a bit of a tall order today, but we might also be running for quite a while today. Who knows? Who knows? And I forgot to bring the mining backpack. Holy smokes, we were actively really good at mining here. Which is also, hang on. Let's grab. So we're gonna test out and see if we like this. Let's put it this way. It's not on repeat. No. Let's put that on. That's a little bit too, maybe a little bit too passively. I don't know. We'll see. Running some other tracks in here, and I've been grabbing a few libraries with not necessarily copyright-free music, but streaming-friendly music that just needs accredited, you know, post like music credits. Also, now that I think about it, it was kind of dumb to plant the potatoes as we're building the new hab and gonna push gas into it immediately. Or a new greenhouse, sorry, not a hab. Although it's part of the hab, I suppose, but, you know. So do let me know if the music is either way too slow, way too low, way too loud. Lots of people just look up DMCA pre-playlists on YouTube and Spotify. Yeah, but the problem is, or the problem I have with them is that when you grab a playlist, like a done playlist, like you can do like YouTube, for example, and you can do like, hey, you know, run this music and this playlist. It's usually, you know, pretty decent playlists, but they don't necessarily have a good check on the sound level in between tracks, in particular if it's different artists. The requirements for the copyright and DMCA permissions is also hinged at you writing out the details and accredit the specific songwriter in the descriptions. And if you have a playlist on, you know, say 40 songs to last you, you know, 6 hours or 8 hours of streaming or whatever, you're gonna need to add, you're gonna need to go through every single song. You're gonna need to check out what the what publisher or label record or whatever that also needs to be written on there, as well as, you know, the composer and like there's a bunch of names that needs to be written out in the description for the copyright-free license use. And you're gonna need to add that manually on every single, you know, if you're doing YouTube broadcast multi-streaming like I'm doing right now, I'd need to manually go in and do that for the broadcast every time, since it applies it as a new different one. It doesn't properly save descriptions unless I apply it as the same broadcast, which then makes it kind of overrides the VODs rather than adding a new one. It's funky, it's weird. The alternative is just not streaming to YouTube and just uploading the VODs by themselves. That way you have more control. But anyway, it's a ton of hassle if you if the playlist contains more than one specific source of the music, which it generally does. And it can get into a very weird rabbit hole of permission clashes and whatever. So what I did was I looked up some DMCA free music, or, you know, copy protected music. It should almost more in line to be told from the same author. So it's the same, you know, publisher slash songwriter, which means I just need the one name on my list. Rather than needing, you know, a gazillion. Yeah, now YouTube, so what has been happening there's a kind of a workaround which is technically not legal in any way, shape, or form. And it's people are using an audio splitter to basically have the stream audio not get used or not get sent into, right? And that's what I'm talking about. There's an option in OBS where you can stream and play music, but it doesn't actually get recorded in the VODs. However, it is still copyright infringement. And it is breaching copyright and terms of services. So if you get caught with it, they can still ban your ass for using it. Because it's still distributing the music in a breach of copyright fashion, which is not allowed on the platform. Which is how people are getting around the whole issue of playing copyrighted music undiscriminatory in their streams, even if, you know, and not getting copyright striked or, you know, getting any kind of legal problems, because it's generally not looking like the software for scanning for copyright content and whatever, in particular on YouTube at least, is not doing it on the VODs. It's only doing it on the VODs and not on the live streams, which means it's kind of easy to get around it by doing it that way. But it is still copyright infringement, and if people start to, you know, say you grow as a streamer, or, you know, you get a bigger audience, or you piss someone off that maliciously goes after your channel, or, you know, whichever reasoning that might be, you are still breaching the terms of services for on the platform, which is then putting you into legal liability, which is bad. And I'd rather not even start getting into an issue with that. And it's even worse when you have a lot of these DMCA free music choices and whatever is on Spotify. But Spotify's own terms of services prevents it from being redistributed. Like, the content on the Spotify platform is not allowed to be redistributed outside of Spotify use. And the Spotify use license is only personal. You can't use Spotify as a media player in the streams, as that's a breach of license use with Spotify itself, which is then being enforced by YouTube. So even if you're playing copyright-free music on Spotify, you get screwed for using Spotify of its own. Dark Deficient, they are very sad. These are very, very dark deficient. Oh my lord. And we got sun up as well, so, you know. Well, at least light efficiency is not so much. It's gonna really spike them, but... Seeding, seeding, seeding. Oh, that is seeds. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, do I just plant a potato? I mean, it's gonna take a while before that building is done. We have that sort of, yeah, you know what, let's just replant this. These are gonna go, because these got hampered a little bit, I think they're gonna be going in about the same time. So that's probably fine. That is probably fine. But yeah, the whole copyright protection versus streaming use and whatever else is it's just... It's just a rabbit hole that you can fall into, and there's no freaking end of it. I wish it was easier. I wish someone would actually take out and make like a solid use platform that we could use to get copyright-free music easily accessible, just as fucking Spotify does, but allow us to, you know, grab playlists and sub to or whichever, whatever way. Like, I wouldn't mind if there was a service that did that and you had to pay for it. Doesn't necessarily need to be free, which is, you know, paying for Spotify, but I can't use Spotify in my streams. Please, Spotify, update your license and allow us to do that. If you could just accredit Spotify for being amazing to provide us with that opportunity. But no, instead we get to bash Spotify for being silly. Which feels a little bit sad. Right, so now we are going to take, because that thing was empty and that thing handle is empty. We are gonna drop in and make some more steel because we're gonna need some walls and whatever else. It's not a lot of pressure in here anymore. I need a temperature box for this. Like we saw Nemo. I don't know why I haven't built a freaking box for this to be in. Yeah, just a simple hot box. Throw on two consoles, one to read pressure, one to read temperature. And then, you know, that would be it. We don't have fuel in there. What are we missing? We're missing, I think it's hydrogen. Yeah, we're missing hydrogen. I think we're missing. Yeah, we're missing a lot of hydrogen. The sun just went down. Should make another backpack. I should make another backpack. I will make another backpack. What do we need? Backpack. We're gonna need a hard mining backpack. We're gonna put in some steel. That's not a lot of steel. Backpack. Yeah, you know what? We don't have the steel for it, unfortunately, and I don't need to just grab a regular mining backpack. No, we don't need another mining belt. We want a mining backpack. Thank you. To ventilate that out completely. I don't know why I just a hotbox. We literally have the freaking technology. But I placed it slightly far out. It should have been one tile in, and that would have been fine. But hey, you know what? We are where we are. Let's put you there. Not put you there. We're gonna put you there. Drop that backpack in there. And then we are gonna grab that ore tracker, that tracker. pop that out, pop those out, and then we are gonna go hunting for some hydrogen. And it does seem like we're gonna need to get some composting done pretty quickly as well, because it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of volatiles here. There probably is, but you know, way down under or something, I don't know. So where did I miss that hydrogen? We're literally gonna be here on the surface. I was like dug down to bedrock, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna be right here. That's what happens when I just bulldoze through like a freaking excavator. Do 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 do. And this, my friends, is why it is so nice to have that ore ship. Because that is crazily good. Obviously, it's not as perfect as the glasses are, because sometimes it gives a little bit of a false readout. Sometimes it doesn't update as quickly as you would like. And it's not 100%. But I also think that the inaccuracy is also part of it. Do, 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 do. Swear I was supposed to do this. Do, 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 do. So how much do we get? 4.5 stacks. That's not too terrible. And we got a little bit more here. I think that was the last bits in this deposit. Nope, just a little inkling more. Like I said, that's why we like this chip. Like even if the pad slash the tablet is not the best, it is crazily good compared to not having it at all. Like early on, one of the best investments you can make. Because that's us going from we have no hydrogen to we've got 8 stacks of hydrogen in one deposit, because we could get the entirety of the deposit. And here we are gonna grab this cobalt, because we are gonna be really struggling on this stuff later on. So we've got the greenhouse going, we are gonna need to look at some automation for the greenhouse. And I'm horrible at dealing with the whole solar angle thing. So, if anyone has any straight up answers for what the solar angle is, or what the angulation is representative on this piece of rock, and what I need to calculate it for, that'd be splendid, because otherwise we'll struggle a bit. But essentially, I just want to have it set to just flat use the solar angle. Yeah, the solar angle is 30 degrees. So when the sun is kind of passing over, like it's going up to 180, and then it flips to negative 180 and goes back around again. I don't understand how that operates. What I'm essentially trying to do is regulate time / read time based on the position of the sun. So, you know, like a glorified digital sundial. I think that negative 90 to 90 and negative 90 are the horizon. I don't know if that's correct. I mean, I would presume that, but that's also in relation to how the hell you place how you place down the solar sensor as well. Yeah, since it depends on which rotation the solar panel is in, or the solar sensor is in, and then if it's angular, if it's on a wall versus if it's laying down on a floor, or whichever that might be. Do I want to go for this gold? I don't really care about the gold. Also, I could have sworn I had some gray out readings here. That's some copper. Nitrice, more iron. Also, if you didn't see it, we did some adjustments to the cooling system here for the Stirling engine. Smacked up 3 more radiators, which is also why I want to have that big ass one, because that's gonna be great. That's gonna be so much more stable. There we go. So, yeah, because right now I slung it on the wall, and that's the thing. I should have been placing it down on the ground, facing like 90 degrees. And it had me a bit confounded, but because of the solar efficiency, I am tempted at just throwing them in a dark room and then having the growth light completely, or you know, have the plant be completely dependent on the growth light. No deficiency, no deficiency, no deficiency, no deficiency. Light deficient. Well, that's a bit of a conundrum. So if we plant these now, it's gonna take an hour. Yeah. So that'll be our last potatoes that we're gonna plant in here. Delicious baked potato. I just pop it down there on the floor. It's the 3-hour rule, right? So that is sorted out. We're trying to get the potatoes to absorb some of the Mimas vitamins and minerals. Why they cool down on the floor. Yeah, no, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. So that should be emptied out completely. Essentially, at least. Now, we should just be able to do this. Pop that Atmos in there. I believe steel is, what is it, 1 MPa? I believe it is. Yeah. What's the pressure on this guy? Oh, that's pretty okay. So once we hit 1 MPa, it'll be good to go. Mm-hmm. So while we're waiting for that pressure to get back up, which is another reason why I want to get this moved out to there, because then I can eat stuff in the greenhouse. We can put down the microwave in the greenhouse. We can have like the living floor temporarily in there. while I remove this box and all of its contents and related things. And that will allow us to do a bunch of things. So we're gonna take the contents of this stuff, active vent, pop it in that room, and then we'll just fill up with whatever else we need. But do we have enough pipes? Maybe we have enough pipes. Maybe we don't need to mess around. Invar, silicon, and steel. Maybe we just... What is it? Invar, silicon. Hey, look at that, a green button. That means we can eject that and get steel. And that's gonna be pretty solid. I will just use that here first off. Get that spray gun made. Steel in there, silicon in there. That's not what I wanted, so having that yeet out all of this steel was not a bad thing. Because we need some flat walls. And it's probably not a bad idea to just let it make 50. And this was gonna go here. And then it was gonna go here. And then it is gonna go down here. And it's gonna go into the mountain. Slash, you know, rock, moon. Just gonna jeet that handle, give us some as I said, the second we cool down the air a little bit from the Stirling engine, bam, we're full power. It's a little bit weird. Do we want to do panels? Yeah, we can do panels. Get this thing rolling. Get somewhere. Get some more. Let's go. Get some more harvestable living space. That is what we're doing. So the sun is going to be coming up from that angle, and it's going to be looking down here. So do we want to do the first row? Nah. We're just going to do a couple of windows. That'll be enough. So we are gonna do window, window, window. Look at that, beautiful. Woo! And then we're gonna do this as window as well. Do we want to do this side? Maybe. Yeah. You know what? We'll leave that as window. Plating. Yeah, let's do plating. That's gonna be fine. There you go. Bam, 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 bam. So this is gonna be our little greenhouse, which is gonna have plants here in the start. It's gonna have whatever we need to have here in the back, and that is gonna be our starting point. And the reason why I'm adding the walls on the inside is because then we can do whatever we need to do on the outside and just remove the wall later in case we need to expand, rebuild, or do whatever we want to be doing. So now we are going to be doing some passive vents. We are going to add some iron. Give me some passive vents. We're gonna need, let's do 2. Let's put these guys in here. Do we want to do pressure regulators or do we want to do volume pumps? So I'm thinking if we can automatically adjust, and this is coming from we were discussing atmospherics on the Nemo stream earlier, and it got me thinking. So the problem with using volume pumps to add to the ratio values is that the ratios are the pressurization difference in the tanks leads to a different output from the volume pumps. But what if we do a math calculation on the contents of the pump or on the contents on the tank side, and we use that to regulate how much flow we want to be adding with the pump, right? So we multiply by a factor of the contents on the tank, which would allow the pump to self-regulate the actual output flow setting based off however much is in it, which then would mean it wouldn't matter if there's 40 MPa in one tank and 10 MPa in one tank. When the pumps goes on, they'll be sending out the exact same amount of quantity over the same amount of ticks. And that would sort out the issue of inconsistent delivery to at least some degree. Like there's always going to be a discrepancy slash what do you call it? There's always going to be a margin of error. When that is happening. That is something that is gonna need to be taken into consideration as well. But I think this might be pretty good. And then once we get that advanced furnace up and we get the advanced alloys, we can just slap on a lorry here and it'll just automatically harvest the things. And then we can look at some lorry code, because while the one we did on Vulcan did work, I wasn't happy with it. So we are going to be rewriting that lorry code to make it a lot more optimized. So that should be some interesting things. Would doing that not cause a total shutdown if a tank empties completely? Yeah, so if the tank's empty, the pump setting would be set to 0, which means the pump would be off and not drawing power. Because the issue in it is that, like, so the goal of that, and let's grab our gray board. Come on, load. Thank you. Let's get this in here. So we want to grab, where is our display capture? There is our display capture. So my thinking and my braining is essentially we have a tank, right? Or we have multiple tanks. Poor choice of square to indicate these. But we've got our nice little greenhouse here. So that is our greenhouse. That is where the gases are wanting to be going. So they want to be going woo, and then we want to be going woo. And then they're going to be wanting to go, whoa, right? So normally when you're doing a greenhouse, or, you know, it shouldn't be saying normally, in some cases, because there's a crazy amount of ways to go about this. What I have done in the past, which is super power exorbitantly expensive, is you have a mixer, right? And you take... Yeah, I know how it works. You don't need to tell me that every single time. So what I would normally do is I would put a mixer and I would send in this gas here. So this be, say, nitrogen, and say this is oxygen, and we send that in here, and then we grab this, grab a green pen. Now what comes out of here is breathable gas. So this is gas we can use anywhere at any point. So that's, you know, it's a good breathable mix, which is it's what is it, like 33 or 23 right? Or yeah, something to that regard. Yeah, 20 to 80 mix, something in that regard. Anywho, and it got a little bit loud. Maybe just reduce the music a little bit. Anyway, so this is kind of the default approach I used to have that was super power hungry. And then I would put down another mixer. So this is, you know, the actual, you know, mixing devices, right? So this would be a tank. And that way I could gauge out how much breathable air I have, what we can push in, and whichever else. Let's just get these out here. And then this guy here is our CO2. And I would take that breathable gas mixture in here, and I'd chuck in that CO2, and I'd put that mixer and that ratio, bam, 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 at 5% versus 95%. Beautiful. Looks like 55. That's a 9. That's a 9, right? And that means this gas going into a greenhouse would be perfect for plants, because I'm taking 95% of this awesome breathable gas and I chuck it in with that CO2. And that's a great way to populate, like when you first add gas to a greenhouse, when you, like, the start of it, which is, I might do this just for like the pushing into it. 55 being the best number anyway. True. And that's the super expensive way power-wise, because this means that this guy is almost always going, and this guy is almost always going. Added to this is when plants are growing, you're gonna have this little bar of conversion going on, where you have CO2, and on the other side you have O2. Or you know, oxygen, and it'll constantly be going this way, unless, you know, you add a bunch of mushrooms in a corner somewhere that offsets the amount being used by the plants, which is still gonna be requiring adjustments because of plant genetics. But either way, you have this constant loss of CO2, and if you're applying this methodology, all of this mixture has to constantly be removed. So all the gas that you've spent powering through, turning into a good mixer, is always going to have to be removed from the system each tick. Because the only thing in the mixture that is getting used is the CO2. So for a greenhouse, an easy solution for this is inside the greenhouse, or, you know, adjacent to, whichever, you put then a filter. Because if you're not living inside this space and you're not contaminating it, so you have, you know, you have a little airlock to go through. Then, and assuming you don't, you know, rip out your suit or whatever, but if you're using an airlock and you keep the suit closed, you're never diluting this air with any potential other contaminant agents, which means the only thing you need to do inside this greenhouse is remove the O2, or, you know, remove the oxygen. If you're removing the oxygen with the filter device and then just adding CO2, that greenhouse is perfectly fine. You never have to do anything else. And when you're removing the O2, you're automatically depressurizing the room. So the only thing any potential other things is doing, which is what I was using on Vulcan, was I was using a valve that did a check for if it's less than I think it's like 75. I think I was like 75 because that was a good amount of kPa. So anytime we were less than 75 kPa, it would pop out and send a burst of CO2 in the room. And then that would reach like 90 depending on the pressure in the tank at the most. That was sitting at like 45 MPa in the tank, so it was really high volume pressure. And it did like a 2-tick burst. And it's like bam. And I had the sensor sitting here, so it was censoring on the immediate output of the passive vent. Anywho, that way you reduce the amount of power. You don't need this, you don't need that. All you need to do is have that CO2 pipe go in here and be toggled with a valve. And then you'd have the filtration for the O2. Depending on how you do cooling management, you can either send it directly into the O2 pipe, so going through the filtration, going this way, directly into the O2 system. If you're concerned about the temperature of this pipe, you could send it down a waste line and then have the waste pipe be temperature controlled. But for a greenhouse that's insulated, that's all you need to do. You don't need to worry about nitrogen outside of the initial filling of nitrogen, just to keep it non-explosive. You could also go as far as I had it. I didn't have any nitrogen here at all. I only had CO2 and O2. So the filtration device had a set reset latch. So it was doing if O2 is greater than 30%, I think it was. And then it will run the filtration until O2 is below, I think it's like 10%. So it would have a set reset latch between these two values. So you would only be running the O2 whenever you needed to. And this was just set up with a passive vent. It doesn't need an active vent or whatever, because that's gonna suck in all the types of air. You could do that to make it faster. You could put an active vent on the intake and then just have a cowl that sends back the CO2 that it pulls in. But I just slapped on a passive vent, and that's kind of where I was. But for what I wanted to do now, and I might still do this for the greenhouse because it's a clean solution, it's an easy solution. It uses very little power. But for the base hab, it works a bit differently, because you can't just rely on the two gases, input-output, because you're gonna have other contaminants. You might, pull in some volatiles or whatever else. You need to have an active filtration, which means I wanted to go and do this, and we wanted to do a... So you have a volume pump that is reading the pressure, and it is multiplying with the volume pump itself is multiplying with the pressure against some type of factor. Beautiful, beautiful artwork here. But it's multiplying against some type of factor which is taking account the pressurization of the tank, and that regulates the setting on the volume pump, which will adjust the setting on the volume pump to match each other. So regardless of how much is in either tanks, the throughput would always be the same in terms of volume per tick. So, you know, if I had really, really high quantity of CO2, this could be setting it down to 0.4. Whereas I'm low on O2, it would put that setting on, you know, 4.8. And then nitrogen, we've got a decent chunk of, but we don't have enough. We don't have as much CO2 or as little O2, so it puts that pressure on like, it puts that on like 2.3. And that could self-regulate. Like there's math involved to it. Jaha, så att jag har min telefon. Ja. Jag kan ta den. And that's kind of where my head was. And then this just goes in, this just reads a sensor and regulates towards and this just regulates into a pipe, and then that thing just goes to a that goes into a powered vent or an active vent, whichever, and that goes into the hab. That way we don't need to regulate, we don't need to have all of these things over by the hab. We can have them in the atmospheric center, and then we push that into the pipe, and then the powered vent just turns on whenever there's an active vent or whenever there's a volume pump on. And that just goes zoop, zoop, and then bam. And then this thing just goes out to if we are overpressured, because this thing can set the pressure to, you know, whichever. Like if we set this to like 96 or something, and then we set this to if pressure is over, or this would need to be set higher. Ignore that. This would need to be set to 101 something something, and then this would just be set to if pressure is over 96. But we're still applying that pressure overization and building up a higher pressure, which you are gonna need to do, because you are gonna need to remove contents from this room while this is balancing out. That's never gonna go away. You can adjust this with math and application to reduce the amount of over pressurization due and more explicitly directed quantities that you want to move. Now you could take this the further step and have that analyzer here And then the volume pumps would only add the explicit amount of moles missing. Before they're allowed to add it. That way you reduce the amount of general overhead you have in power usage or power spendage, because you're gonna be more accurately filling up whatever's missing. But anytime you're missing a gas and you need to fill up that gas, you're gonna need to be removing parts out of it. And the alternative to the general just we are over pressure, remove it, is going to be pulling a passive vent here and then going with a pipe into the atmos center, and then have it connected to its own set of filters that is chained. So you only remove the ratio that's wrong. So you have different filtrations for CO2, and yeah, hydrogen or whichever. And then only run the specific filter that you want to be removing because it's outside the ratio quantity. That would also work. But that means your atmospherics is going to be a hell of a lot bigger. But once again, that's infrastructure you can build. It'll manage itself once it gets going. So there's a lot of different solutions to this roundabout problem that you can apply. And hopefully that made a little bit sense. We're gonna try this approach. And see where we get with it. Now we might do the crew just overpressurization for an initial start, just to kind of get going. Hey mighty stoosh. We are drawing, it's sort of head scratching for the atmospherics and the different approaches you can take with it. You can either do the brute force mixing / removing whatever is excess, or you can be very calculable and see exactly how much you need to be adding and how much you need to be removing. But it you know, both cases has merits, both cases has cons, and a lot of it is also hinged on how badly you're strung for power, and what your general situation is looking like. And for Mimas, as an example, which is where we are, which is that majestic Saturn going on in the background here with the asteroid belt ring around it, which is pretty freaking impressive. We don't really have power. Like, any power we generate is power we produce by spending resources. Because we don't have free power. All powers have costs. Which is very, very tricky. Once we get the greenhouse going, we can mitigate the cost. Hey, look at that. We're down oxygen. We need how are you going? Yeesh. It's not very great. Getting our water up. This is also something I want to automate, but that's going to require silos, and that's going to be a bit of an effort. Oh yeah, I depleted the oxygen because we filled out the other oxygen tank. That's why. So right now we are at a very, very small scale version of this with non-existent building and whichever else. So we are going to start with sheets. We're going to need more plastic sheets, which is going to require us to use silicon that we do not have. We need to melt. We need silicon. We need silicon. Did I empty out that tank? I hope I did. Almost. Basically, for this pressure, I'm grabbing this 2000 degrees gas and just shoving it into the furnace. I was hoping it to have more of an effect, but the fact that our furnace is still outdoors is a little bit of a problem. I need to get an advanced furnace up, and I need, well, I don't need an advanced furnace per se, but if I'm gonna move this to a hot box, I might as well have a freaking advanced furnace. It's an absolute freaking catastrophical waste of energy by not having this as a hot box. But I was planning on moving that down here and then down into a basement and having the furnace down in the basement. And then I kind of got distracted by all the other things that was exploding and needing attention. And that probably needs to be turned off by now. Yeah, I love it. This guy is thriving. This guy is driving moderately well. The IC-10 chip is flashing because it is reading and writing stack memory. I can actually, so it's kind of flashing because it is doing operations, and it is writing, reading, and cycling through things. So what I have there is this thing. So I've got an occupancy checker there. So when we're inside the room, it turns on the displays, and then it is reading the values from the tanks or the filters. It is checking if the filter needs a replacement. It'll turn on the light, and it's for individual pieces. And then these guys are the available gas to be used of the different types. And it is doing all of this on like 8 lines of code, or like 12. I don't know. Nej. Men jag startar nu. So, it is doing, like it's grabbing all of the devices, which is your bulk thing. I'm not necessarily counting this as actual operations, but we're grabbing all the devices, we're grabbing all the names, we're grabbing all of that. And then it is just pushing those values into the stack memory. And then we have this thing that is just turning them on, whether or not we're in the room or whatever. But this is what actually does the logic. So it's what, like 15 lines? Yeah. So this is what's essentially doing the things. And it is checking the filters. And this is why I'm using stack memory, because if you're not using stack memory, you need to perform this operation for every single device. So it would be looking like this. So we would need to do like filter volatiles, and then we would need to do the same thing for filter oxygen, and then do that for, you know, CO2, nitrogen, pollutants, etc. Like, we would essentially take this code and duplicate it for every device on every slot. So you can do a couple of neat tricks with using the stack memory, because the stack memory on a device, which is short keyed with SP, has 512 lines of memory that you can use, or 512 entries of memory you can use. And you access this by push, and which is what putting it into the array. And then you have pop that allows you to pull out the memory out of the array. And if you go for a quick little summary thing here, basically we have push, which is putting a value into a pile. And then we have pop, which is taking the first value out of the array and putting it in a registry. So like R0 as an example. Now the tray and the stack works as follows. So you put in the first value here, and then you put in the second value. So this is the container. So if you put that RO value in here as 1, and then you put in another value, it's going to be here, and then it's going to be here, and then it's going to be here. Now when you access these values with pop, it's going to take the value that is at the utmost top of the stack and push it, pop it back out into a registry of your choice. So you need to kind of reverse the order of the sequence you're loading/unloading the memory stack with. And then the next one, it's going to go for this one, and then the third one is going to go for this one, and then so the fourth value we access is going to be the first value we put in. And that order of sequence, as with assembly in general, is why we need to kind of brainstorm in what order we're accessing the memory and what order we're putting the memory in. Hence why we're grabbing the filtration unit first, and then we're putting in the warning light or the flashing LED, and then we grab the LED, and then we just reiterate that over all the different devices we need. And then once we get to the actual checking, it pops that selected LED first, and then it pops the warning light, and then it pops the filtration, and now I can just check the data of these 3 items that I want. So checking the filters, and then I can check the pressure for the filter and put that in the in whichever else, and then I can put the information from the LED light into the LED setting, and then I just reiterate over this for every single item that is in the stack. So as long as the stack is not empty, it just keeps cycling this over until the stack is empty, and then it returns out into out of the loop, goes back in main, puts them back in the stack, and recycles and reruns it. So if I wanted to add another type of device, all I need to do is just do H2O, H2O, LED.H2O, and then I would need to add that unit here, because I also need to declare what I'm doing, or the unit that is associated with it. So I just do this. What do you do? Name. Because I did forget the water filter, I mentioned that, so we're just gonna add this right away just so you can see how it works. And then we're just gonna add the warning light or the LED. Water.c. So our name for the LED display is going to be water.c, because I'm suffixing them to know which LED I'm using where. So this is our control room. And then that is all I need to do to add a water filtration unit to allow it. And we are going to do... it's the housing, so we don't accidentally write over this. So we're going to do that. Now the funny thing is, if I want to add a water filtration unit, to add a water filtration unit to allow it, and we are going to do... it's the housing, so we don't accidentally write over this. So we're going to do that. Now the funny thing is, if I if it doesn't have any data, it's not gonna break the code. It's just not gonna display it. So even if it can't find the LED display, it's just gonna go, no, nothing there. Okay, keep going and push on to the next one. So we want to do a console. Iron, gold, copper. Now, did we have some reasonable copper, or do we need to smelt some of it? Because we're kind of running low on some of the resources. I think we might need to smelt it, and I also forgot to actually pull this thing out. But that's not bad, because then we can actually smelt some copper. That is our silicone that we're gonna need to do some more pipes and whatnot. We are gonna need to grab that copper. And then that's gonna have a bunch of copper as well. So we're just gonna smelt this. We are gonna smelt a whole crap ton of it because we need it. We need it. But yeah, so that is how you do generic scripts that allows you to run a crap ton of different machines or interfaces. Without boilerplating a bunch of things. So, you know, you can slap in, I don't know, 20 different filtration units, which you would obviously not be able to fit code-wise if you weren't applying that methodology. Probably good with pressure in there now. Actually, do we want to keep some copper in case we need to make some more constantan? Probably. I'm just gonna jank the handle on that, and then the rest will just get going as it needs to do. We're just gonna shove that in there, and then that'll go in here. As I said, you know, as I'm tinkering with this code, I'm learning more and more and getting more of a handle on MIPS in general. And then we want to have, that's the LED, and that's the other thing. We want to have a sign. There we go. So we just slap you in, and we are gonna rename slash fix up. And I know this is not a greenhouse. I know this is not a greenhouse. So we named the, which one was it we named water? Was it this one? Yeah, this one is water C. And this one is going to be our warning.h2o. And then we want to do this to water. Now the water output pressure is going to be a little bit of a fallacy because this is not connected to the water pipe or the liquid pipe. It's connected to the gas pipe, so it's only going to show us our water vapor, which is obviously going to be pretty low because the water is condensating up to in the liquid pipe rather, so that would be something that we would read. We would read that tank slightly different. But essentially, as soon as we hook up, as you can see, you know, this is going on. So if we grab some cables and we just hook up that cable that thing's just gonna work. It's just gonna run it. We didn't add anything in the logic outside of just adding the device we're outputting data onto. But we didn't do anything else other than that. And did I mess that up? Or did I forget to actually... I just sworn I updated that. Is that not? Oh, yeah, because I'm doing this hacky way of dealing with the actual on-off. The powers, that's just a power saving thing, so it doesn't turn it on unless I'm in the room, which it should be turning it on. Don't know why it's not. Not sure why you are not playing nice. Ooh, no. Yeah, because was that not? Yeah. LED.H2O water.C, because it's pulling. Why is it not automatically turning this on? What? I'm so confused right now. Like, it's working. It's what? Yeah, but we oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. I didn't export it. I updated the power saving thing, but I forgot to actually hit export. There we go. So now it's outputting that thing on the water, and then that light will go off if we need to replace the water filter, which is why I prioritize making this, because we forgot to do that last night. And it was probably sending out like an hour's worth of fuel of water just out in here, out into the ether. Because I'd forgotten to change out the water filters on these two guys. And this should be reading it. It should be lighting off. Why is it not lighting that off? Did I mess something up with the power from last night? Because I know we were messing around quite a lot. With the filters. Yeah, I messed up with the filters. Or did we not? Didn't we run into problems with this? We were messing with it last night, and then it was working at one point. Because it was working for... Is it working for these guys? And did I just mess up the water somehow? Yeah, that thing works. I've just messed up the water somehow. I probably messed up with some spelling or something. Like, it's putting the data out properly. It has been exported. Or did I mess up the name for the warning light? Maybe that's why it's not working. Which is also why I don't like... Oh yeah, because I had that W in there. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. If you name them if you name them correctly, they somehow work. Who would have thought? So now we know we need to replace a filter on the water filtration unit. And that's really that's really all to it. That way we have a control unit, and like I said, we only have that wall here and the door as a hack because we don't have the rest of it encompassed. Once we have that, we'll be able to see all of this data and the lights giving off warnings, as long as we're inside the production hall, which, you know, we frequently visit. Hence why I use this giant wall to do this one. So that gives us a little bit of a status check, and As you can see, if we're not in the room, it saves us power. And the only thing that we need to have running at all times for it is that housing. And we could even cheap out on the housing and throw it in one of the filtration devices. That way we'd save another 40 watts. But I think we are perfectly fine as is. Right. So, where was I? Silicon. First off, we're gonna smelt that before the damn thing goes too cold. Thank you. Silicon to make plastic sheets for and glass panels for the room. That's what we were making. So we need, and this is why I want stellite. I want stellite. So we had, how many windows do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, no, we're not gonna yeet the freaking glass in orbit. Holy smokes, that thing can freaking send them flying. There we go. So that is this thing glassed in. And this thing just needs a panel, and we are good to go in here. These guys are growing a little bit sad. I'm gonna need to pay better attention to them. As I mentioned, we are also gonna need to automate them because, well, right now they are requiring my friendly green thumb touch on making sure that these guys are actually getting the things they need, which they're not, because they keep losing CO2 because they keep consuming CO2. Are you happy in darkness? Are you going light efficiency? Yeah, they are increasing in light illumination stress because of lack of light. So we're gonna leave them on. We're gonna take the opportunity to get something to drink in here. We don't have food. We don't have food cooked. I was hoping that this would be the last time we visited this thing before we got atmosphere in the other room. Also, that's not gonna work. Can we toss that in here and have it? Yeah. So atmosphere pressurization, that is what we're doing right now. We've got the we got the greenhouse almost built up. And you know what that is? That is a piece of copper that's not supposed to be there. So we are gonna put you in there, and hopefully you won't fly off. We need insulated tanks. And then we are gonna need volume pumps. So we're gonna need some gold. We're gonna need some copper. We don't need that much copper in the machine. Almost. The hell did it send? Okay. And where did that, right? That's passive vents as well. Because that is that, and then we do our active vent. So I wonder. Because the active vents don't have any data readout. Because they can just That is the value of their safety. That's not the actual content. So the question then becomes, do I want to pull in all of the gas over there, or do I want to just apply what I have been saying I should be using? So if we do CO2 and then we do that stuff, we can mix it up here, just so we get it a little bit out of the way, and then we can redraw the pipes later. And then we just send that pipe in. And anytime any of the volume pumps is on, we just turn on an active vent. Or do we do an active vent, or do we do... Oh. Yeah, let's just do an active vent. Fuck it. So we are just gonna stick that active vent. We're just gonna stick that active vent like there. We are gonna put down, I think we want to put down 2 sensors. Did I make some extra sensors? I don't think so. No. We're gonna want 2 sensors because we're gonna put them in either side of the room. Why not? Let's make the small satellite dish as well. We're gonna need one. and it was selected on the menu. It's like, yeah, you know, I'll take a satellite dish as well if you offer it. So we're gonna put a gas sensor there, and we're gonna put a gas sensor there. And those are gonna be hooked up, and that is gonna feed the information to that. We'll pull out the average value in both sides of the room, since we only have one input for the vent. We are gonna have another active... No, don't go anywhere. We are gonna have another active vent, which is gonna be drawing out gas from the room, which doesn't really matter where we're putting it, but maybe we put it not next to the other device. So let's do it that way. We can hook up the cable there. That's gonna be nice. Where did we not make did we not make a brown pipe? And we are gonna need more insulated pipe, so we're gonna grab that piece of silicone, that piece of steel, make more pipes, and we're gonna find pipes all over the freaking place. We're just gonna put you there. You know what? We're just gonna grab the resources and we're gonna put them in here, because at least in here we got walls. You know, we got some glass, and yeah, we do need to do. You need to do something about that. Let's do pipes. Let's get that in there, and that one. There we go. So, almost got this cleaned up. Let's pretend we can keep somewhat of an orderly fashions, like spray gun laying over there, drill laying over somewhere else, some frames here. All the spray paint all over the place. I don't even know. And something else we might want to be automating very quickly on once we get the hab up is vending machine for the ingots. Don't have your tools laying around if you don't have a tool maker. Yeah. Is that wise words coming from practical experience? Oh yeah. Very, very much so. And we're out of hydrogen as well, again. See, this automation here is already paying off. Which freaking bag was it I had? That bag is the one I have hydrogen in. Now, later on, so this value right now, it is reading the input, or it's reading the output values. The game is nice enough to let you respawn one though, in case you soft lock yourself. Are you talking about when you die? Or you're talking about just generally just using a spawn command? Because dying here doesn't give you more tools. Oh yeah, you can open up the menu and just like spawn one in. Yeah. It is nice in that way and allowing you that flexibility. So now we are gonna grab all the pipes we need. We are gonna go over here and we're gonna attach all the pipes we need. Because we are gonna do, and I should have brought the things as well. But yeah, that is gonna be our thing over there, and then we're gonna do our thing over here, and then we are gonna need our CO2, and then we are gonna be a little bit scummy with paint usage here. That's not the pipe I wanted.
Hunger caution.
Yeah. You can be hunger caution. Spawning naked with no suits or anything outside your base doesn't work well. No, I've tried both on both on Europa and on Vulcan. Didn't go well. So that is going to be our volume pump. That's not what I wanted to do. At least we got the white stuff done. And then we're gonna do this, and then that is gonna be our pump, and then we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this, and that is gonna be our pump. That gives us a little bit of leeway, and I know I put him some here. And then we are gonna do bam, bam, and bam. And this is gonna be... Do I put them on... Like this is from the atmospherics. I should put them on the power with the atmospherics. You know what, let's just do this. So, this power connection is going to go all the way back here. Whee! And it's going to be flying because we are going to redraw a whole crap ton of this power cord in a higher power capacity. So, I don't like flying cables, but flying cables is where we are. But Forge, why not just, you know, apply logic and do things in a fashionable order? If you don't have the capacity to run it with higher cables, go mine some more gold and copper and make some more heavy cables. Well, you know, that might be a very excellent statement over what I should be doing. But I'm also choosing not to do it. Let's do it this way. And then we just pull this pipe up here. Did I go too far? I went too far. We'll figure out the details. Come on. Thank you. There we go. So that is our CO2 pipe connected, and then we're just gonna do we're just gonna apply our nitrogen pipe. Which is once again, we don't necessarily need nitrogen in there, but we are gonna have nitrogen connected to the system eventually, and we are gonna connect these into the hab, so we can do these things with the hab things easily enough. That's not what I wanted to do either, but we absorbed the black pipe. The black pipe is no more. And then this is gonna be hooked up to the oxygen. There we go. And then we've got our waste pipe that we are going to also put down. Bam. That was an empty can. Why haven't you placed the recycler that's sitting right there yet? Because we could definitely use some fucking cleanup here, because this is getting ridiculous. And then we're gonna have that waste pipe. So the waste pipe is gonna go all the way over there. And then we are also gonna put a one-way valve on the waste pipe, because what we do not want is unpredictability in the waste sorting system. So for the pressurized output of the gases that gets ventilated out of, and this is also why I'm using an active vent. So if you're wondering why I'm opting to use an active vent rather than a back pressure regulator, it's because a back pressure regulator can only regulate what's behind it. It can't take into account what's in front of it unless you add more analyzers. Whereas I can just set the value in front on the active vent and it'll just run. And I'm already reading all the data in the room to do all the other things. So it's just pulling data we already have versus putting down new things that needs to read more information. So we are gonna have a valve there. We're gonna use a pipe valve because we want to have it one way. That way, anything that is inside the waste system stays on that side of this. But because we're breaking this section here, means any readouts we do on this pipe would not necessarily be true or accurate, because we, you know, in case we want to read the whole thing. So taking that into account as well. hunger critical, you know, just you're gonna get a baked potato here shortly. Don't you worry. Now we're just gonna gobble up our pipes here. There we go. That is our waste pipe. Beautiful.
Hydration critical.
I think she's starting to get a lot of complaints here. Yeah. All the complaints and then some. Do we have some iron in this machine? Yeah. You're having a lot of things going on for you here. Cocky. Do we have a small iron bar? Yeah, we should have a small iron bar. That's steel. It's not a small iron bar, but you know, it's something. Like I said, I wanted to pressurize this before we got back into the hab. But apparently that's not gonna happen. Because we do not have enough pipes. Maybe we have enough pipes? So this is now gonna be our mixed gas pipe. Yeah. Oh, we might just be on... Are we gonna have enough? No, we are not. That's annoying. Or actually, we might have a few extra pieces in the cupboard. And yes, I am converting it to color. Don't you worry about it. Would it have been easier to just grab the khaki spray paint and just apply it? Yeah, probably. Hey, look at that. Another piece of pipe. That is all the pipe we needed. Look at that. Woohoo! So we are gonna run in, get our refreshments, but we are done with the piping. And next up is gonna be it's gonna be the power cables. And then once we get the power cables down, we're good. We should be able to pressurize it. Now we are also gonna need, you know, to write some code to do the pressurization and the ratios and whichever else. But we can't eat the potato with our helmets closed. You should know this. That's fine, that's fine. So, are you gonna be sad over the lack of O2 in here? Or CO2? No, we're fine. Thriving. Turn that off. So once these hit seeding now, we are going to not plant in those pots. We are gonna rip the pots up, and we are going to do some drastical things. And if someone has an idea on how we can do the Harvey code, so we can actually read, like, do we just want to do, instead of doing trace, do I just want to do devices and hook up the data for the device and just have it cycle through each? Maybe. Or do we want to rush up an advanced furnace, get some stellite and some astroloy, and make the lorry? Ideas, ideas. Either way, we're gonna need traders. And if we can get a trader, do we have anything we can sell to the trader? We don't have the Vulcan Industries amazing hard suit packages. Maybe if we get like the repair packages, but even then we don't have. We do have fuel ready mixed. We can do fuel. Yeah. Gonna have to think about it. Actually, we can leave this potato in here. We don't need that with us. Hopefully, by the time we need the next potato, we can just walk through a freaking airlock without having to potentially accidentally kill all our entire plantation, all our seeds and everything. And we can have it securely set behind the freaking airlock. So that is hooked up there. That is hooked up there. We are gonna need an IC-10 housing. And we're gonna need a chip, so we are gonna need some electrum. I'm hoping we have enough. That doesn't look like it's enough, which is really annoying. Well, that's not enough of anything. Solder, some gold. That's missing steel, and then it's missing electrum itself. Okay, that is annoying. Housing doesn't take any electrum at least, so we got that going for us, but we are gonna need to smelt some. Fortunately and unfortunately, this is actually way too low for it's 600, isn't it? Yeah, 600, and it's picky on the pressure. However, it is silver, and that's gonna kick off some nitrous oxide, so maybe. Yeah, pressure's too high. Well, it's gonna dump off the pressure, but silver, when you put it in a furnace, is gonna off-gas nitrous oxide, and I believe hydrogen is in here. Yeah. But I think we're gonna... Because I don't want to get... Oh, actually, temperature doesn't freaking matter, so we're just gonna throw you in there and throw you in there, and then we are just gonna yeet that gas out of there. So you can see the pressure is building and the temperature is building, even if we have that volume pump set on and just getting the gas out. Just because we got that nitrous oxide. Which is actually not too safe to mix in with the other gases here that's going in 2500 degrees or whichever. Or are we fine? Like it's burning that volatile as it's up, throwing out. Yeah, we're fine. So we're just gonna completely vent that out. And this is all quite a lot of gases that I would want to keep. Like there's a lot of gas in here that is essentially just getting yeeted out into the atmosphere that we are going to capture here later. And that's 600. Yeah, 600. So just a little push in temperature and we should be good. Once again, I should have really put this in a damn hot box. Because if you put it in a hot box, you could get really cheeky. And you can just have it permanently set. You make more than one furnace. And you set each furnace up to be at the set temperature that is required to smelt that alloy. And then you can just off gas in the first furnace, and then that just sends off the mixture into whichever furnace it is intended to go into. And then bam, instant alloy. Which is a very sneaky way of doing it. What's the Celsius for? 327. So that is the temperature range. We just need the pressure to go down now. Damn it. Temperature dropped too quickly. Should be fine now. And I will just leave that on so it empties out the furnace for the next attempt. And bam. So that should have us be essentially good to go for we're just gonna grab some cables, and then we're gonna grab those steel sheets because we are gonna need to slap that on there. Thank you, IC Housing. What a surprise. So where do we put this? Where it's easy accessible, because it's not really. Does anyone know if the rollover doors are the composite rollover? Like, are these airtight? I'm presuming they are because it's a door, right? I guess we're gonna figure that out. I always did want to use them, and you know, I've always found an excuse not to do it. So, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it this time. Beep, 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 beep. So the rollover door is a little bit of a weird one, right? Is the handle on the right side? Yeah. Because it is essentially a door, but it's not a door. It has a rollover cover for a sheet. So yeah. And the reason why it's got this is because it's essentially allowing you to just place these guys down and then you can just cover them up. And I'm hoping this is airtight. We'll see. I mean, if it starts leaking out things in here, I guess we know. Arguably, I could just pop my waste tank in here. As a test. Yeah, no, it's... I was wondering why I had one glass sheet too much. Turns out I didn't have one glass sheet too much. I forgot to put in a piece of glass. Yeah, Nemo, you head off to bed. Thank you very much for keeping me company as well. I will catch you later. And have a good sleep. Because this is a way to interact with the cables and whatever other devices you want to have here as on the inside without, you know, needing to rip off the wall every time you want to make an adjustment. You can just do that and bam. Which is pretty neat. So we are gonna do that. We are gonna do a rename. Actually, we're gonna pop that thing out there. Greenhouse controller. I'm going to do greenhouse A just so we can differentiate the different greenhouses when we want to do some code changes in it. And same thing here. We are going to do this and we are going to do we are going to rename these to greenhouse A, and that is what we're going to be doing. And then we are going to be using greenhouse A waste. That's going to be a very long name, but input. There we go. So let's head out. Let's configure these up. And then do some coding. Once we've connected up the wire, that is. We're just gonna replace our battery because battery just ran out. So we want to grab this guy here. So maybe we do get what we want, and that is a very set up greenhouse by the time we do our next tab, foods. Right? Because we just need to wire this up and then we're doing coding. And that should be the greenhouse done, with the exception of just needing to haul a water pipe over just to get the plant stuff going. And then bam, that's gonna be ours done. Now we are gonna stupidly hook this up on all the other power here, so you know. Once again, the power system is gonna need to have a little bit of a rework, upgrade, change, or whatever. Out of oxygen, don't have any output CO2, don't have any output nitrogen, which is fine because the devices aren't on, so they're not supposed to be. The oxygen one is a little bit of a concern. Because that means we're out of fuel, and that means this guy is getting lower. So we are gonna chuck in another bag of oxide. It's not a lot of oxide left in that guy. And one of the things we are gonna be doing is we are gonna be adding a silo for the different gas ices as well. And they are going to be automatically ejecting stacks into an ice crusher based on if they need more of it. And I think they're going to be, it might be one ice crusher per ice gas. Just so they can have a dedicated thing. Because we can read the contents of it, right? Ice crusher. Because we can read the slot of the imports. We can read if it currently has something in it. So it would, the silo would basically send a unit of ice, wait for 10 seconds, or wait until this says it has a piece, or just sleep and then check, is there anything in the import slot? If not, send a new one. That way we could automate the injection of new gas. But we, you know, as we're saying, we're losing a ton of CO2, which is translatable into oxygen. So right now we're chewing through a lot of oxygen that we're not normally gonna be losing. I put the hydrogen down on 0. That's not great. Ooh, because the pipe here is set to. Are you not? Yeah, you are working. You're just slow at working. And I do want to store the nitrous oxide as a liquid, because that's gonna allow us to store lots and lots and lots of it. Okay. So outside of this needing to be adjusted a little bit, since this is now going to be on the inside, there we go. And we're going to put you to an on state. And then we are just gonna go with our notepad. Just we copy up all the names here. Just we don't have any spelling mistakes. There we go. And then we are gonna rename these guys. And this is gonna be greenhouse A oxygen. Or just do O2. And that's gonna be CO2. And that is gonna be nitrogen. And as I said, the main reason why we're pulling nitrogen into this mix is because I want to have it as set up with also we might want a volume pump there instead, but we'll see. We'll see. Bam, 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 bam. So, computer. And then we do here, we want to grab our greenhouse A import. So, here we are again, inside the MIPS controller, editing scripts once more. So, first things first, we are gonna grab our sensors. We are gonna grab our gas sensor. We're gonna do define sensor, and that is gonna be our base sensor. We are gonna grab our volume pumps. And we're gonna grab that value there. We're gonna do define VP. Okay. And then we're gonna grab our actual sensors. So we're gonna grab our sensor.room. And this is gonna be a hash value. And it is gonna be that greenhouse A name. And then we do define volume pump dot O2, and that is also going to be a hash value, and that is going to be this thing but O2, and then that is going to be the same thing for nitrogen, and it's going to be the same thing for CO2. So that is our volume pumps that goes into the room. Active, let's do vent, because we have two of these. We want to grab our active vents that is on the network. Let's move that up here so we have all three there. And then we are gonna grab the, let's do vent dot input and vent dot waste, and that is gonna have our hash values, and that is gonna be, you guessed it, the greenhouse A dash A, or the greenhouse dash A dash input, and then the same thing for the waste, and that is the devices we're gonna need to be using inside that room to put things into it, put things out of it, and whatever way we are doing this. So, do we want to do... We don't really need to do a whole lot of clean stuff here, because we are just going to be doing... We're going to read... or actually, we're going to read by name, so we're going to do... room define... room ratio dot CO02 define ratio dot CO2 R1 define ratio dot N R2. Now we could just use the same registry for it. And just reiterate based on where we are in the code for the different things, but just putting it on separate registers for the sake of it. Jesus Christ, that was loud. Accidentally hit screenshot. Ratio.02, and we're gonna do the device hash, which is gonna be our sensor.02. Or sensor room, because it is. And then we do ratio oxygen. And here we do the average. Because we want the average ratio in the room of all the devices that is that type, and we have one in one side, one in the other side. So here we have our average values. We can put these on, let's put these in a subroutine. That's sending in there. There we go. Just so it's a little bit cleaner in what order we're doing things. So that is fetching our values, and then we want to be applying our values. So we also want to have a couple of defined values that we want to target. So we want to have like minimum O2, maximum O2, minimum nitrogen, maximum CO2, maximum CO2, to have it as a set reset latch. So we don't always keep running things, otherwise it's gonna be like, oh, 0.01% above or below, we're gonna be running it, and then tick off, and back and forth. So we do want to give it like a 5%, 7% leeway. So we want to do minimum O2, and that is gonna be 20%, so 0.2. Fine. Maximum O2 is gonna be 0.35%. That's a little bit too high. 25. Define minimum CO2 0.02. Maximum CO2 0.05, not 50%. Minimum nitrogen 0.65. And then we do define max nitrogen do we wanna have a dot there? Yeah, we wanna do have. It just makes it a lot more readable. 0.70. So that means our maximum values in combination reaches 100%. Our minimum values is reaching like 80%, which is fine. And then we just want to do a define max pressure. And that is gonna be 101 kPa. Let's do 75 kPa as minimum pressure. And that is gonna be our values that we're gonna be playing around in here with to calculate what we want these conditions to be applied with. So, taking one at a time, we are going to be running we're just going to do a SLT. So we want to set this, the way we're setting up these values now is we want to be running if these are true. We don't want to do the opposite. We don't want to make sure that it turns off when they're true. We want to make sure that they are running when they're true, which means we want to do a less than minimum values. I don't think we need the maximum values. We'll see. And what do we want to be having? We want to have the ratio O2 is, or the yeah, the ratio O2 in the room is less than the minimum O2. And then we do a and then we just do a we might see some pipe bursting here. I'm not sure. I wanted to skip having an analyzer in the pipe in between the active vent and the volume pumps. But I might actually just, I don't know. Put a passive vent on it and skip the volume pump, or it's, you know, keep the volume pumps, skip the active vent, put a passive vent or a coal, and then put a one-way pipe. We'll see how it works. So here we just do a now we're gonna turn on the volume pumps if any of these are true. So we are gonna have 3 devices. We are gonna do a VP, and then we're gonna be using, what do we call them? VP dot something something something. VP dot O2, on. And it is gonna be R10. So we can stick these under each of these just to have it a little bit clarified. And this is kind of where we're gonna do this, and then I'm going to do this, apply the same thing we did on the other one, and I can show you the difference. So VP dot CO2 on R11, VP dot N on R12. So we are doing this in the same kind of like the same order, and we're doing these 3 times, which means we're using, you know, we're applying this 3 times to it, but we can do this in a slightly different way. So if we do this here, we do a cycle volume pumps, right? So here we do so instead of doing this in the individual order, which is, you know, it's blunt, it's straightforward, you can see what is doing what, where it's doing, how it's doing, and so on and so forth. We can do a push store store devices. So here we can do push, and we're just gonna grab R10 because we're just pushing. We're pushing R10. And what we can do here is instead of R10, we can just do a push. We can push VP dot N, push ratio dot N, push VP dot CO2, push ratio dot CO2. Hey Poison, how are you doing? O2 push ratio dot O2. Now, instead of just, you know, it's the same amount of line of codes, but if we wanted to scale this and have this in multiple things in multiple areas, it's gonna be slightly different. So we're gonna essentially do the same thing here. So we are going to do this, but we're just gonna do a actually, I want to pop that value as well. Yeah, I want to do that too. Oh. Yeah, because that needs to happen after. Yeah, because store devices happens after read devices. Store your store devices. And then we're just, yeah, because we are doing that here, we are wanna do min dot nitrogen push min dot CO2 push min dot O2. So when we get here, we want to pop. And we just want to pop. Let's do a alias. And also that is what we should be calling this thing here. Good thing I catched it because it's not define, it's alias. And we're gonna do selected dot ratio R3 alias selected dot min value R4 alias selected device R5. So now that we do this here, we pop selected ratio, and then we pop we do selected ratio, next one, there we go. What is it, min value? Yeah. So we grab that minimum value, we grab the ratio, and we grab that device. So instead of doing this as individual pieces and whatever else, we are dumping that in through the store devices. And then the logic for actually calculating this is just gonna be the R10, which is our temporary value. And it is gonna be our selected ratio is less than selected dot min value. And then the SBN is just gonna be our VP, since this is generic for all the volume pumps that we're doing this to. And then we're just doing selected dot device. And that is gonna be on, and it's the R10 value. And that is now doing the same thing as all of this, but it's cycling in between the different devices as it is selected here, which adds a little bit of overhead during the code section. However, it also makes it a lot more scalable, because the only thing we need to do here is just add these 3 values for it, and then the logic doesn't need to be changed. Which also means that we are just using when if we add the read values in between here, we could even reuse that register. So we would be down to just 4 registry uses, which is also pretty damn good. But yeah, so this should be adding, enabling the volume pump whenever the ratio is off. Now, we're gonna need to expunge the gas out of here. So we're gonna need to do some more logic rather than just grabbing the ratio, checking if it's too low and turning on the device. Because here we also want to make sure that our vent, which is gonna be so this is where you kind of need to inject things where you want them, because we are gonna need to grab our ventilation if we have more than 1 or 2, but we do want to have our input vent. So our vent and vent.input is going to be on as long as that one is on. So the active vent that is adding is always on whenever something is adding gas to the system. But if it's not, it doesn't need to be on. Which hopefully shouldn't build pressure. Now, in here we should probably have an analyzer. So I'm thinking there is essentially that active vent here is going to be enabled anytime any of these volume pumps are on. Now the safest thing would be to have a pipe analyzer here. And have that active vent triggered based on the pipe analyzer. That way we would really proof it up. So we might add that in a bit if we see that the it's doing wonky things. And then we just need to deal with the waste. So that is what's cycling our volume pumps. And then we just do cycle volume pumps. So that's all the logic we need to do this. And then we just do that, and we jump into that. And then we can just add that to the main sequence, I think. And we just want to do a or do we want to set that until maximum pressure? Maybe we could do it to maximum pressure. And another good reason why you should be using labels instead of the direct registry values is because if you need to change a registry or a register use here, I can change these numbers out and it doesn't affect anything in the code because it'll just apply that value to a new registry once you know, execute the code again. Which is actually a good reason to use. It's a good reason to use this, because that clears the stack values that you could potentially have broken. So this will execute once, and it'll only ever execute on the startup of the program to make sure that you don't have a stack value in here somewhere. And then we just do BEQZ, and we do a BNEZ, sorry, and then we check the stack, and if the stack is not 0, it just shifts back into the volume pump, and that is what it reiterates over our stack usage. So I hope that made you, or you know, anyone in here, a little bit more logically inclined to how you can use these values and why they're good to be used, even though sometimes, depending on what you're using it for, it can add the same overhead in code writing. Right, so waste pumping. Cycles each volume pump and enables if needed. Now we are not multiplying based on tank contents, but that's something that we can expand. We can expand the code on doing, and that's where this usage is really gonna get powerful, because it's gonna be a whole bunch of other things that we're gonna need to do. Loads up hash data into stack. Reads room sensor and loads registers with ratio values. We also want to do LBN. Room dot pressure sensor dot room pressure average. And that is something we want to use here for and that's actually something that we want to check for in here, and that's making sure that because we want to do a R11 is less than maximum, so room dot pressure is less than maximum pressure, and then we want to do a and R10 and R11. So if R10 is true, R11 is true, then we're applying R10 from here, and that's going to be going in here. Do I want to separate them? Let's do that. It looks nicer. It's easier to read. Now this vent input shouldn't be that much of a problem. It's more of a don't let the backside explode, which is going to be useful. And then we're going to be doing if so here we have that R12 SBN, and we want to do vent, and we want to do vent dot waste on R10, because we're gonna change R10 around. We are going to do a SLT or SGT, and we're gonna do, or actually we're gonna do, let's do R13. So that is gonna be R13, and we are gonna be checking if room dot pressure is greater than minimum pressure and R13, and R12. So we are going to be checking if the input ventilation is enabled. And if the input vent is on and the room pressure is above the minimum pressure, we want to do, or do we just want to check? Yeah, no, we'll toggle both vents on, and we'll see how this works. I think I'm happy with it. We'll see if it explodes. Who knows? Greenhouse A, export. Did I forgot something critical? Did I forget something? Or actually is there a script error? No, it's cycling is running. Oh, right. Yeah, because it's a perfect storm because none of the ratios are wrong because there's no gas in the room. So if we run into the room quickly and we dump our waste tank, why is those guys not giving any readouts? Like this guy's giving pressure readouts, but these guys are not giving pressure readouts. And I don't know what's going on. I connected you up with power, and you be connected with power. They should be A-okay. This one isn't connected up with power. It could also be that I misspelled something. There we go. Why is... Huh. Okay, I'm confused. Is that because there's no gas reaching it? Oh well, we'll take a look at it here in a second. Okay, so we did mess up a little bit with venting that in there because we should have sent it in here. It's gonna be great getting that automated. So that thing is a potato seed. And these guys are coming along. That is nice. So by the time we sort out that filtration, these guys are gonna be done. And if these guys can get done, I'll take the pipe that gets this air in here. We'll just ship that in. So now that we have that sorted out, we are gonna have a look and see why this is being so funky. And we can read the inside atmosphere by just checking this because it's a passive vent. So the ratios are correct, but the pressure isn't correct because we forgot to apply a pressurization check. Basically, the ratios are correct, and that part of the logic is working, but we are not pushing up until the minimum pressure. So we are gonna inject a little fill until we're happy. And we are essentially gonna be doing that by setting the ratios on the pumps. So if we do, we can do that here. So we can do a BLT. Actually, we want to do that. We want to do that right here. Or do I want to do that here? You know what? We can do that. Let's do... Wonder if I want to do some relative jumps. Because relative jumps allows you to skip instruction pieces and skip parts. So if we are at less pressure in the room, we want to go... So if there's less pressure in the room, we want to do BGT. We want to do that. And then we do fill room. So in here, we want to do SBN VP selected device setting to 5. So we reset the volume. So this will be what we'll later use to adjust the amount of volume pumping. But we are going to make a fill room, which is essentially going to do the same thing. So we're going to pop the selected value. And we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. We're not gonna use all of them, we just need to pop them so they end up in the same place. And we just wanna do a SBN or SBN. And we wanna do VP, and we're gonna do selected device. And we wanna do setting. And we want to do set it. We're actually going to be using ratio. And we want to set it with the selected ratio. And the selected ratio is going to be that minimum ratio. Which means we're gonna add gas to that with that minimum ratio setting on the dials before turning it on. So if we need to fill the room, we set the minimum ratios, and that is where we're going. And that should also, we need to turn on the input valve. Hopefully we won't run into any weird accidents with this, but this should turn all of these on. See how it's cycling through them? Did we reach? Now this doesn't have any safety for when there isn't any gas available for the room filling. So why did it not turn on? It didn't set, so that one worked. I'm confused as to why these other ones aren't working. Oh yeah, it's because we're doing this. Because we're running through this and then we're doing that. We want to check BLT room dot pressure is lower than minimum dot pressure. That's when we want to do that. And we're gonna do a so if we are less than the room pressure, we don't want to get into cycle volume pumps, which is what's breaking this. And if we are greater than room pressure, we want to skip this one and jump in here, which is what these relative line jumps are doing. Why is that setting it to 0.339? That doesn't make any sense. We don't have a 0.339 in here anywhere. Unless, of course, we are doing this in the wrong order. Minimum value, ratio, volume pump. Something might be wonky. I mean, it's not a completely bad ratio. We just need more gas. And this pressure is clearly going. But that's correct. That's not correct because... Or is it? No, because we don't have 50%. Yeah, cycle volume pumps is the only one that's in here that we get through this, and that shouldn't be the case. Oh, right, because we're not popping. Yeah, that would be why. We forgot to actually stop it from cycling out of this. Because it's popping it once and then it starts running through the whole thing, so it's doing weird things. There we go. Look at that, much better. And now that's set to 0.6. And that is set to 0.05. And that's set to 0.33, which is, it's doing a variable for some reason, and I don't know if that's a weird float issue. Or that that's because we have it in the correct order, so it's setting the ratio. That's its reading rather than setting the ratio that we want, which I might have done by accident. But that means we are now incrementally increasing this. And yeah. Yeah, I think that's because we're reading... I don't know if we're reading the value that we want to have out in there, or if we're reading... We're setting it to selected ratio. Selected ratio is the ratio that is coming off this thing. Which is not what we want to do. We want to do selected min value is what we want to be using. Because the selected min value is the minimum ratio value we want out of that device. So that should have these setting in at... Yeah, there we go. So now these guys just needs to have content in them. And that is gonna push up the pressure in this room at the correct value, at the correct values that we want to have them at. Going forward. And then once it reaches above that minimum pressure, it's no longer going to use that filled room subroutine. It is going to be using the other thing. So as long as any of these pumps are on, that active vent is on. And as long as that active vent is on, it is pulling everything out of this pipe network immediately. Why is it coming in like negative something something? That should be good. So this is slowly being filled up, which is nice. It's a little bit dense oxygen, but that'll also allow us to test out the waste pipe once we reach the minimum pressure. So that is our automatic refilling hooked up for the gas. Should be good. And then, as I said, once it is done with that, it'll do this. And then for the cycle volume pumps later, we will do a figure out the calculation to have this based on the tank value, which will also add into to that, which is pretty neat. So that allows us to do 2 complete sets of calculations or 2 different functionalities just by doing this thing. So that should work. Turn that off. Now we just need to make a couple of liquid pipes that are insulated and then pull our water. Pull our water into our new greenhouse growing facility and whatever. So liquid pipes insulated. We did have some more silicone here. Not a lot, but hopefully that'll give us enough pipes to pull. It's probably not. We are also, well, we are gonna be pulling the pipes. It's gonna make less. It's gonna fit less, fit more gas / liquid in that pipe. That is pretty neat. Pop in that hydrogen stack in there, and that'll add some more to this. Once it's, you know, done crushing. Look at that, beautiful. It's almost like we know what we're doing, right?
Jetpack critical.
Let's open up our helmet. Grab some water. Hey, look at that. We did have 2 more pipes in there, which is nice. Hey, and this just got done. Nice. Which means we can jank this up and we can jank this up. Okay, and that's a full harvest of potatoes as well. Nice. Close helmet, lock helmet. And now we're going to put that there, ventilate that back in there. And let's get our recycling going. So we can get rid of all of these filters and whatever else crap that's laying around here. That is nice. Actually, what do we have? Recycler. Does that thing have a connector? Yeah, it's got a data port. So it can read. So we can read the total. And then activate based on that, I guess. But that thing is sorted out. Let's have a look in here. Hey, look at this. Pretty slick. Yeah, it's a little bit high on oxygen, but that is also what we figured out. Now, I am gonna grab a little bit about bio break, so I will be back shortly. Let's do this, do that. So be right back. There we go. We are back in action. Let's have a look, see, and figure out what we can do. So, let's piggyback on that a little bit. I wonder, do we want to set up something else in here? Like maybe some lighting? Maybe. So, now that we have that sorted out, right. Water pipes. That is what we were doing. So that is gonna be inside here. Do we have enough water pipes? Probably not. Definitely not. We're a good bit of the way, but we definitely did not have enough pipes. I believe we have some, it's 7 units of silicon left. Pop in some more steel, make some more pipes. Are those 7 units gonna carry us to victory? Maybe we get 1 additional pipe there. We're gonna grab this water bottle filler from out here. We're gonna put it on the inside. So that'll save us 1 pipe. Maybe. It's technically not gonna save us a pipe because we're gonna need to use the pipe on the inside anyway. We'll see. We'll see. And then we are gonna do. Maybe we just vent that stuff into. So we're basically out of nitrogen in this pipe. We're working our way up here, but we are gonna need more nitrogen because we are drastically lacking of that. So we're gonna grab some nitrice and we are gonna stick you in here because that is gonna push up our nitrogen in here because we depleted that completely. Hey, look at that. We are still making water. We're still going strong. Fuel is going up. We're gonna grab CO2. That is pretty great. We are getting some nitrogen in there. That's putting up the pressure in that pipe. That is pretty awesome. Now, as I mentioned on the other earlier when we looked over the actual input stuff, like if these pipes are not equal pressure, you run into the problem where the ratio that we have set is going to be off because we do not have an equal pressure here that will account for it. So like 3.4 MPa here running at 2% is gonna be a lot more than if we were to run 2% on this MPa. So 20% here might be equivalent to that 2% when the pressure is high enough. Which is the fallacy of... Oh yeah, the BRB message is still up, hang on. Totally forgot to jank that out. And part of that is because my my waiting my scene for the BRB thing broke when I was fixing up the resolution for it, and I just haven't had time to fix it. I was getting distracted earlier by some sound editing, so we might not run the stream as long today. And I might actually spend an hour or two just tweaking things around. Because I am adding a couple of sound bites, some fancy effects and other things for the channel point usage and whichever else. And then I'm also fixing up some of the scene switching things as well. I have a friend of mine that is a 3D, 2D, 3D graphical artist through work that was gonna help me out with some transitions and some other stuff. But he has been absolutely swamped with other things, and then whole hurricane, storm weather, and whatever else in Australia right now is causing a little bit of an issue. So haven't really had the time to help me out with that. So that's been a little bit on the back burner, which is why we haven't really done a whole lot of polishing to the general aesthetics on the channel, which we'll get to that. It is definitely going to be happening. So silicon is non-existent. Yeah, we are gonna want to start capturing that, so we are gonna need to do a specific silicon mining run. And honestly, what is the mining charges costing? Like 1 silicon per, or also what's the difference between demolition charge and a mining charge? Demolition charge is like wreck your base, bam, gone. Like 1 gold, 1 iron, 5 silicon. 5 silicon is freaking expensive. Like I'm always out of silicon. Like I'd make these. I'd make a ton of these if it was just like 1 gold, 1 silicon, 5 iron. Because these are fun. But at 5 silicon a cost, ooh, it's just spend 10 pipes to make a blasting charge. Or a mining charge? No, no thank you. That's just not happening. We're running out of oxygen there now. How are we doing? So these guys have turned up now, and they've reset to 5 liters volume. Does that mean we have reached the minimum pressurization? Yes, it does. Now, if we exceed the ratios that we have set, so 65, 31, 3. Let's have a look and see if the rest of the code is not working. We are clearly outside of maximum O2. So cycle pumps. Or actually, are we outside? Are we outside the limit ranges for the other ones? We should be good, right? Because the minimum pressure and the ranges we're looking at is 2% and 65%. As long as we have 2% of CO2 and yeah, so we're within the pressure ranges. We're within the gas ranges. We can plant. 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 Trodde det var du som är köket. So, this potato is the only one that we have left. So I wonder. Let's just get our why is the suit damaged? Oh right, yeah, because we took a smack to the face earlier. So we're just gonna chill out here to get our hygiene up. There we go. We don't need to hear that constantly poking at us. So we're just gonna get our hygiene up and see if the seed gets done while we're waiting for that. And after that, it is gonna be moving over all of these little nice planting trays over into the other building. Which also means we're gonna need more pipes, but you know, pipes. And then hopefully we can get some, we're gonna build ourselves a fridge so we can store the potatoes. We don't have to be worried about them popping away. And while that is happening, I'm gonna grab another muffin and eat. Because I'm splurging on chocolate muffins at the moment. And that also means that we are gonna be moving over into the other house completely. And then we are going to ventilate this thing into our waste filtration because it's a little bit hot, so we can just get that down. Look at that, our seeds are done. Beautiful. Well worth it. There we go. Let's put these in here as well. Beautiful. That is this place cleaned out. Now we are gonna dismantle that growth light because we're gonna need the growth light at a new place. Get that done. And then we can grab all of this cable because we don't need that in here. And then it is gonna be sealing that off. So we get rid of all the gas in these pipes. And then it is gonna be... It's a wrench for that one, right? Yeah, it's a wrench for that guy. And then it is gonna be allowing that in there. And then we're just gonna connect... Oh yeah, the nitrous oxide. And that's gonna be... It has served us well. It has kept us alive. But I believe it is time to relocate and move into the new facility. Oh, we can leave that on. We can leave that because we do want to keep the gas. So we are gonna... We're gonna throw it in here. There we go. And then we just connect that to the waste pipe. And I love the fact that the wall is damaged by something. I don't know why the wall is damaged. Has it gotten hit by something? Like we did load our Stirling engine accident. So there's no reason why this wall should have taken damage. Unless something exploded in it, which I'm pretty sure it hasn't. That is our growth lights. When you get hit by that sheet, yeah, but that was in here. That was in this room here. That wasn't in the first place. Although, I mean, we have been opening this up, and the potatoes have been flying. as it calls, has it gotten potato damage over time? But yeah, that sheet that hit us. Oh, that was actually pretty freaking funny. Took me by complete and utter surprise. I did not think that through. Hmm? Kommer lite högre. Ska jag upp med den eller ner med den? There we go. Maybe. Cat is trying to sniff out the muffin. Ooh, that's a lot of water in there. We are making some steadfast progress here, I believe. We got 86 liters of water in there. That's gonna vanish a bit when we start pushing it, but it is a little bit spicy water. So I wonder if we want to grab a radiator, and we want to grab a pipe radiator for liquid, just to get another. Hey, look at that! There's some extra pipes we made, just so we can get this cooled down. Because we do want to get this to like 20 degrees. Same thing here. We want to have, I don't know, maybe 2 more. So that's going to help pull down the temperature on the pipe behind it. And this is gonna help pull down the temperature on the pipe in front of it. Since this is hot because it kept getting, it keeps getting new hot water pushed into it. Like the water that comes out here is 100 and 200, 300 degrees when it pops into this pipe, which is a little bit too spicy for the plants. Or maybe we just do maybe we just do one of these. Invar. Also, we got an ad coming up in the next 5 minutes. Can we do... Ooh, that's coming in straight there. That's a very bad place for that to come into. Can we do it? Actually, we don't need that there at all. We don't need... I want to move that chip. That thing is handling this thing, and yeah, I want to move it. 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 So we are gonna do it. We are gonna do it. We are gonna move it. So we are gonna do this, and we are gonna do that. Do it this way, and that way. And then we are just gonna rip out this thing. Is it not a drill? Yeah, it is. Because it is a control chip here. And we are gonna rename you into control room, pressure and filters. There we go. That way we know what it is and where it is. So when we look at the computer, we know what we're dealing with, which also allows us to do things like and the cats are being very mischievous in the background. So if you are hearing a loud noise, it is probably because they're wrecking things in the kitchen. Just as a forewarning. Hey, look at that. We got that hooked up. So let's remove the water bottle device. And let's move that over there. I mean, they're cats being cats. Cats being mischievous cats, but you know, cats being cats. Whoa! So here we can see this thing is on because the pressure dropped a bit. I don't know where the pressure dropped a bit. Well, we'll fine tune it. It might be a weird parameter that I have. We are gonna put you there, and it is gonna be upside down. I know. And that's just because the pipe input is from the top. That's just the way we're gonna have it right now. We'll sort it out later. There we go, and that is where we're gonna plonk out our grow light. So we are gonna put another control chip in here, and that is gonna be handling our growth light sensor control. Unless we want to shove that into the greenhouse controller as well. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Hunger critical.
Hmm?
Jag vet inte vad jag hittade.
Hmm?
Power
Jag stod
low.
i köket och liksom väntade på vart hon var för att jag såg henne. Herregud, men jag såg henne.
freaking cat. Okay, so these guys are on. Now we just need to connect our power to that stuff. So I'm thinking we've got power connected up to the greenhouse. So that should be, we should be able to just do that. That way we don't need to do anything else. We don't need to have data connected to that thing. We just need to have it connected on the outside. And that is our hunger critical. I know. Hunger critical. And ooh, water's too cold. Holy smack. That's not great. We forgot to remove the we forgot to remove some of these. Yeah. Now that water is gonna be a little bit too hot because I forgot to actually adjust the setting before I added in more water. So now we are scorching the potatoes instead of, or you know, we're cooking the potatoes while they're growing. Time to automate the water cooling now. Yeah. Where is that?
Jetpack critical.
A lot of things are critical here now, right? Growing growing baked potatoes. The best form of grown potatoes. Well, fortunately, you know, they can take a little bit of damage before they're royally cooked. So that is all of the devices hooked up except this guy. And of course I'm missing one cable. There you go. So that's the water thingy as well. So all of the devices that we had inside our previous hab, we now have access to in there, and that thing is slightly better pressurized. But the character is a little bit sad. Water's too hot. Yeah, I know. I also love the fact that it's thriving towards fruiting. Water's too hot and it's in darkness, as if in darkness is a bad thing. Together in with water's too hot. But we do have a fully breathable atmosphere in here, so we can do that, we can do that. And then we can throw these guys in here. So this is our first thing we're doing in our new little greenhouse, which is taking the potatoes and we are showing them who's the boss. Really instructing the potatoes that are growing that unless you grow into a good, well-fed water's not too hot, potatoes are just too weak. And we're really showing the potatoes that this is what's gonna happen to you if you don't stop complaining. It is kind of nice though. Just look at this. Now this is. I was gonna say this is our only potato, but holy smokes, we got 14 potatoes in there, and now it's in a fridge, so it doesn't go bad immediately, which is kind of nice. And these guys are gonna be happy once the water cools down. I forgot to bring some water bottles in here, so we are gonna need to fetch those. We are gonna make a water fountain. That is gonna be happening. But yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, they're still like these guys are resilient. Looking over at their neighbors and go like, these 2 potatoes are complaining. So we have 3 potato plants that are complaining that the water is too hot. 3 is just like, this is the best shit ever. Warm and cozy, just the way I like it. Hey, Given. Hey. Let me do this, and then I have a helper cat. Hey. Yes, sir. Them claws are not very, very nice. There we go. Thank you. Cat said hi. I love it. Potatoes striving towards fruiting, but the water is too hot. Now, it should be fine once it gets the temperature down to like 50 degrees. Now, it'll take a bit of damage, but should still be fine. Now, we have the opportunity. I need to do that. Yeah. Complaining about breathability. Now we're gonna take this sensor, and then we are going to mount that up on the roof here, because we want to see which direction is this damn thing supposed to be facing now. I'm supposed to put it like this, right? Nay. Because that's then facing north, right? Or is it the opposite? Yeah, I always get confused by it. So the way I do it is like, I'll plonk it down. And you can see here, solar irradiance, 16 watts. That's what we would get from a solar panel if we were to plonk it down. Yeah, I just plonk it down, and then I just add the offset until the solar panels are aligned. But that doesn't work when I don't have a solar panel. Because what I want to know is, I want to have, so we went from 90 degree, I believe we went from 90, like, it's the horizontal, right? So we are, I grab this, right? So we got our little solar device here, right? And so this is the planet, and this is you know, other side of the planet. So we've got sun up, so a little sun, whee, beautiful. So that is 90 degrees horizontal. Right, so zenith is sitting on 0 degrees. And then this scale down here is gonna be minus 90. On the horizontal plane. Now, I could just offset it. So I would do age plus 90, right? And I know I would read because this is kind of weird. Like it goes to 0 and then it goes to negative 90, and then this point here is negative 180, and then, or sorry, this side is negative 180. And this side turns into positive 180. And then that wanders down like so. I don't know why it's doing this instead of doing a full 360. Trying to get mine down. Are you watching stream while you're trying to do that? That seems like it can be both helpful and distractive. But yeah, so if we do horizontal plus 90 as the set value, we should be able to do greater than 0. Because this is going to be less than 0. Or that's not going to be wrong. So that's going to be... Yeah, no, so we'll do... the sensor is on the ground. So the sensor is sitting here. So I've looked at the horizontal value. And that's why it like this is what it's doing. So this be the base. So it's, you know, base is here. Ooh, fancy little thing there. And then we'll do a little, and then we do a little. Do a little antenna here. But the sun up, we have the horizontal value at 90 degrees positive. We have the sun down, a dusk, is negative 90 C, or, you know, negative 90 degrees, not Celsius. And then the zenith is our 0 point. So that should be good. So if we do less than 90 degrees but greater than negative 90, we turn the growth light on. That should have us pretty set. And yes, I know I need water. Do, 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 do. Yeah, there we go. It's weird having a button to press now. Used to manually controlling this for so long. So since you guys just got back, we have added into adding water to the system. We got stuff sorted out. We got a refrigerator finally up. And we are living the good golden life of having a slightly bigger living area than we did before. Maybe we just... Yeah. You know what? We're just gonna put these in here. See, look at that. We're even having luxury cold water here. Right, got some cold water, some luxury right there. Speaking of cold water, yeah, we're still a little bit hot, but these guys are fine now. They took a little damage, but yeah, they're fine now. They're just unhappy. We're just gonna give them a little bit of light in the meantime. We are gonna add that controller onto our greenhouse controller, so we are gonna take. We're just gonna grab that daylight sensor. We're gonna be a little bit cheeky. Actually, we can do this now. We can actually do, let's pop you in here. And let's do the internal pressure is gonna be, yeah, I believe it is door out external, so it is that one. So we want to set this to 75 kPa. And I believe that should allow us to do, let's just save this up. Yeah, it's gonna force it to be a little bit slow. Because I am thinking of whether or not I want to do, instead of a passive vent in here, if we want to do like a utility pipe. There we go. That's not bad. That means we don't have to worry about things flying around in here because, you know, it's all good. So, out we go. how are we doing? We've got that. We don't have any hydrogen. Got a bit of that, got a bit of that. That should be fine now. So as long as we're not adding nitrogen or CO2 into the system, which we are going to continuously do as we're emptying out our waste tank. Which is another safety issue, but you know, we're getting to each individual part of the systems as we go along. And that water is still a little bit hot, a little bit hot. So that's our greenhouse up. That is our greenhouse up. So we are just gonna get a little bit spicy here. We are gonna grab our greenhouse code, and then we are gonna do a define daylight, and that is gonna be our daylight sensor, which is gonna be this one, and that is gonna be you. And then we're gonna define grow light. Let's just use because we only have one single grow light on the system, and we're gonna add that to the whole, like add more of them in that room. The only thing we need to do is go down here inside our main program, and we are just gonna do a light control, and that is where we are gonna do all of it, just to separate it out. That is our light control, capital C, because keep so here we are going to LBN, or we don't even need that. We want let's just use R14. Anything and everything should be completely open to use here, but we're just sticking with using a new registry for the sake of it. We want to grab the daylight, and we want to do the horizontal, and we want to do the summary, and then we want to set that to set it to SGT. SLT. So we want to do it in both ways. We want to make sure it is less than we want to do it in it's less than 90. Oh yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. We are not going to be able to do that. What can we reuse here? We can reuse pretty much anything and everything. So we are just going to go with our 7 and 8. So our 7 is going to be our sensor. And then we're going to do, this is going to be our 8, and this is going to be our 9. And we are basically going to check if the daylight sensor's horizontal value is less than 90, and we're going to check if the horizontal value is greater than negative 90. And then we do a AND R7, we just override our daylight horizontal value, R8 and R9. So if we are less than 90, we are above negative 90, we are flipping that R7 value to true, and we do the device hash to our grow lights. So grow light, Is it light? Yeah. And then we just do on and use that bit value, which means as long as the sun is up on the horizon, we turn the lights on, which should give us a 10-minute interval. That should keep the potatoes happy. And that is all you need to program the freaking grow lights to actually work programmatically. It's things that never get done in my saves. And the cat is up on the counter again. So, we do this. And that means that this guy's gonna turn off because the sun is below setting. See, we are below the horizontal value. And then once that gets to negative 180, it's gonna flip to positive 180 and go back around. Because we don't care about the solar angle, we care about the horizontal. Be right back. Så tittar de på mig som vadå? And we're back. Let's get this thing rolling onward. So that's our app connected. And, you know, we are pushing in as long as we as long as that thing keeps kicking around. And as you can see, we are pulling some stuff out of the hab when the ratios are being inconsistent. So that seems to be working pretty well. Right. So the next step we have to sort out is really the temperature control for the water, right? As one of the things. I do want to change this up. We need an advanced furnace. We need a hot box to the furnace, so we don't waste pressure, and we don't need, we don't waste temperature in what we're doing right now, because we could take this stuff for our furnace smelting fuel, which is what we have been doing. But we could push that through an advanced furnace, put it in a hot room, and then that means we can smelt so much more for essentially no cost at all. And then we want to switch over to use a gas fuel generator. And I don't know where I want to be building it. So we're gonna move the assembly machines back here, right? So they're gonna be sitting back here. What the hell is going on there? Oh yeah, the medium pipe radiator. I was thinking this bad boy in case we wanted to cool down the liquids faster. Just hook this thing up to a liquid pipe and it's gonna go zooming with the temperature. So no, we don't want to throw away our tablet. We need silicon. Like, yeah, you know, our oxygen is dropping a little bit, our hydrogen is dropping a little bit. But I think our biggest concern right now is gonna be getting some getting some silicon so we can get some more pipes so we can move around the water pipe a little bit, and getting a proper furnace setup. I think that's gonna be our next objective. And how do we want to build the furnace? Where do we want to build the furnace? I haven't really thought about it. I had some ideas here, and I believe I was thinking furnace down here, like the industrial sector below.
Filter low.
What about furnace down a floor or two, and then future you can put silos and centrifuges above it? I was actually thinking I was thinking the opposite. Well, I was thinking the furnace is a floor down, but I was thinking, what if we put the furnace down below, and then we put the silos deeper down? So we yeah, like ore sorting and requesting. So if we do a little, let's do a little base sketching, shall we? We are paused, yeah, we're paused. So on that, Trash Panda, I was thinking something absolutely crazy for this save. I was thinking no deep miners. And right, what? How? What are you thinking? What are you doing? So, with each of these runs, we have been progressively going through the content of the game, and we have progressively getting through more and more difficult sections of the game. And I think we... How do you do? Freaking cat. He almost squeezed himself under the other freaking monitor next to the router, and the router is not... Cables into the router is a little bit iffy. Don't feel like losing connection. Amy automation. See, Amy would work on the moon pretty well, but Mimas is built, or, you know, it's generated in a way that Amy just does not work, because you have these massive craters. Now this is just a self-mined crater, but because Mimas have like these things, right? Amy just doesn't really work, right? It'll just get trapped everywhere. So that's not a realistic option either. Now, I was thinking rockets. Because you're getting the same ore, but I've never messed with the rockets, for one. And it'd be a cool thing to test out, and it's the same. You know, the end result is the same. It is a resource generation, but if we can make it sustainably by importing materials, processing that materials, generating the gas required to turn into either hydrogen or oxygen, cooling it down to LOX and liquid hydrogen to get rockets going and getting that fuel. Now you can run, I'm pretty sure you can run the rockets on just regular, like the regular fuel mix. Like you deal with thrust to weight ratio and rocket with low thrust to weight ratio will expend more fuel during launch, but I'm pretty sure like fuel call, like you can do nav point fuel and like do a little Kerbal experiment with the, you know, power required for logic downlinks and uplinks and rocket tanks and like the whole thing, and build like a little rocket silo and whichever whatever. So that could be pretty cool, and I think that could be a pretty neat thing to take a look at to see you know, test out, because there's a lot of things together with the rocket since you build it yourself. It's gonna be pretty cool. And as far as I'm aware, you can actually do this with just... Yeah, because it's using Inconel Astroloy and Hasteloy, but that's, I believe, for like the more advanced parts. Like the speed minerals and the high speed ones, but the basic stuff, I believe, is pretty rudimentary. With like steel, electrum, solder, and whatever else. So I don't necessarily think, yeah, some electrum in bars from Constantan. I don't think we need the high tier alloys to make a rocket work. Because then because we got pressure fed gas engine, and then we got pumped gas engine, and then you have liquid engine. So you can make a rocket with the regular gas fuel. You don't need liquid you don't need the liquid rocket fuel to do an initial rocket. That could be a cool way to get resources, which would still require us to do centrifuge and processing and the silos and everything, because it's gonna come back as dirty ore anyway. But it's it's a resource cost production, which I kind of like, rather than the auto miners, which is just, you know, slap down some more power and then bam, you got a ton of ore. So there, you know, there's a little bit of an experimental factor. We haven't tested it out yet, so we'll see if we get the rockets exploding and do, you know, whatever happens, right? So that could be an interesting experiment. We do like launch towers. We're gonna need a bunch of iron, a bunch of steel, some electrum. So that could be cool. And I do want to run combustion centrifuges because I don't have the electricity to deal with anything else. And I want to run nitrous oxide for the fuel for the combustion centrifuges. So there are a couple of elements in there that is going to be pretty spicy. But yeah, so on the sketching thing here, right? So we've got our control room. That is a control room right now, and we have that airlock here. Beautiful angulation there. So we have our greenhouse, which is gonna be expanded, and that's gonna be expanded. We might do multiple floors. We don't know. Who knows? that is our assembly. Now I'm thinking here we do our elevator. And I think we didn't put any glass windows on, right? I think I specifically didn't put any glass windows because I had an idea of this is going both up and this is going down. Because I want to have on top of this, so on the second floor, we have a we got the control tower for basically the vendoring controls and everything. And then the satellite dish that's going to be on top of this. So it'll basically be, you know, a tower here as the second floor, and then the dish is going to be up here. And then here we can have a subterranean tunnel. So this goes upwards to the satellite controls and the vendor controls and the trading and all of that. And then it can go down, and then here we have so this will be our staircase down to this tunnel here, and this will be underground. And then we'll extend this tunnel out for how long we need it to. And then we'll have this come up. So this will be another elevator. And that'll be the rocket launch site. And then that gets handled in along this tunnel here. So that'll be the resource flow for the rocket. So that'll be, you know, fuel going in, resources coming out. And then onward here, we'll have a little tunnel out, and then we'll do, so this will be underground. And here we'll do the silos, and then here we would do processing. So this will be the ore purification, and then silos. Yeah, that's the one thing I haven't really considered where to put. The hangar and like the airport, because this will be underground. I don't know if we want to have the hangar out here, or if we want to have it on the opposite side of the assembly area. Because down here we've got so we've got our Atmo here. That could potentially also be moved underground. We could, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? And I do want to move the Atmos filter thing here. We could do so this is our assembly. This is where all the manufacturing is happening. It's gonna pull from the silos down there, and the silo area can cover like the whole damn thing, whichever, whatever, like underground, the control unit, whichever. We could have a hallway down here, That we could do tied in together with a lounge area. And then we could have the crew hooked up here, and then we have the hangar over here, and then that taxis in here and then turns and heads this way. So that'll be the runway. Which is a pretty freaking big base, but you know, it's not like we haven't done it before. That seems like a reasonable plan, right? This is gonna be epic. Yeah, like grandiose plans. There's no lack of ideas on what to do with it. Because that'll keep the construction. Like we can put airlocks. We can put the doorways here. Right, a few moments later, the freaking Sterling. One thing I also haven't considered where to put and what to put is the power building. Like where do we put the power generation? Tiny detail. Do we put the power next to the hangar? I think that might make sense. Right, maybe. I'm gonna use all of the things for power. We are gonna have a GFG. We are gonna have a couple of Sterling. And then we are also gonna have, if we put the Atmos Center in the sub basement here, we're probably gonna run the hot water over to the power station, or have Sterling engines here as well and run an extra power supply. And then we're gonna need to put the cooling radiators. I'm thinking of dropping down out here. That gives us ample of space to expand it. And if we are a bit close, we can just kind of shuffle them along the way. So that'll run our main cooling supply. And that gives us a direction of where we are going to be running our main pipelines. You know, we might also need to do... If we want to run this like this, and we want to be able to access all of the things along the way, we might need to run 2 separate service tunnels below the main hallways to keep things pressurized, but still be able to access everything. Which is going to be pretty crazy. Yeah. I'm going to flip away the display capture. We are going to grab a screenshot of this. And posting it on the Discord for the Stationeers channel. So Get that in there, upload file. Go with Mimas base plan. And then I can have that up on the other side, and we are good. That way it's scalable, and we can do a little bit of whatever we want. But before we get to that point, we need a stable hab, we need power, and we need so much materials. So much materials. So we're gonna need to we're gonna need to figure out them rockets, because otherwise we're not gonna be building all of that. That is for sure. So where do we start? Because that's one hell of an ambitious plan. Because I think the crew quarter is going to be built absolutely last, because that's, you know, it's going to be built after we know how big the lounge needs to be with all of the things that's going into it. And this time I am fucking building a lounge, and we're putting things into it. We're going to decorate. We are going to be decorating. We're going to have plants. And we're going to have plants, and they're going to like the atmosphere. That's just, you know, that's just... Damn the plants if they don't like the atmosphere. We might actually put like a room of mushrooms somewhere just to offset the amount of plants we have in the main rooms. But that should be doable. Okay, so now that we know that, we can actually grab we can grab a whole bunch of steel frames. So we know the assembly area is gonna be stopping here. We know we're gonna put an elevator in line here. And we're gonna need another 2 tiles for the assembly area, because we need more machinery that I have built before, like the rocket manufacturing thing. That's a new one. I've never built it. I've you know, I don't know how long I've owned this game, but I have never built a rocket manufacturing device. Is that even in... Which device do I build it in? Is that on the autolathe? Yeah, rocket manufacturing. So we need 2 units of gold. Do we have 2 units of gold? We do have 2 units of gold. Release the river! Get the resources out of there. Haha, the gold! Let's get a rocket manufacturing up. Because I think rockets and some centrifuges might be where we want to start. Like, we've got some power. We got some basic manufacturing. Oh shit, you know what? That was what we were supposed to do. Oh, yeah, look at that. Growth light is on. Sun is up. I hope the plants are happy. We'll look at the plants once the day is over to see if they're over saturated with light. If someone can remind me that we need to check on them. Silicon. That's what we... Mining. So, we want to do that. We have air in the tank. We want to do that. We want to grab the mining drill. The mining drill has no freaking battery, but we can sort that out. The plants are good. Water is good. Everything's fine. That thing's fine. There's plenty of water. We're gonna rip out these guys so they don't cool down the water. Since we're not adding any more water, wait, it should be fine. We got power. We're gonna grab this ore color tracker so we can find our way back home. Also, that's a heavy battery, so you know, large batteries, we can do that. Get that in there. get that freaking thing out of here. Also, another piece of equipment that we should have gotten a long time ago. Oh, night vision goggles is Hasteloy as well. God damn it. I was hoping that would not be the case. That's a bit annoying. Oh well. Okay, so let's use daylight while we have it. We need silicone. And we need a mining backpack. Otherwise we're gonna get full really quickly. Halfway through the freaking sun. Yeah.
Hydration critical.
Oh, for crying out loud. So much for using daylight. Nothing prepared, nothing sorted out. We got a bunch of coal that we can use for steel, so that's nice. Ah, delicious cold water. There we go. So now we've refilled food, we refilled that. We don't need to worry about the plants. Power should be fine. We just need to mine. We just need to chug up some ore to really get cracking at this. And I know I need. So whenever we're out now, we're not gonna not be able to just pick up some of these easy to gain hydrogen spots. Same thing for the oxide, because we need to be on goddamn sun. I was hoping to actually have some freaking leeway with it. We're gonna grab some of those that easy access stuff. So our next objective is gonna be the more advanced furnace. Ooh, silicon. That is what we need. Oh, we need a whole bunch of things, but to rewire the water and anything else I am gonna need silicon. And also all of this oxide is quite nice. But yeah, for all of the chutes that we're gonna need a craptastic amount of iron. We're gonna need a whole bunch of other things. I am thinking whether or not we want to spend some steel getting the trader up. Because that could be a quick fix since we're not pressurizing it. We're just slapping down the satellite and a PC. And we can start getting some trade going. Figure out what we want to be trading. That could also be an interesting circuitry to handle, because I do want to dabble in programming the trader or rather programming the satellite scanner to easily grab the trader that we want to have. Because if we can get some of that seed trader up, and we can start making harvest some corn and some of the other stuff, that would also be quite nice. But one of the most important ones is switchgrass, that we can turn into coal. Because that's going to be our biggest income of coal for steel. Because auto miners, and this is partially why I am a little bit adverse to auto miners. One, they consume a crap ton of power. We don't really have a lot of power sources here. If it was with solar, yeah, absolutely. Just slap one down, pop down 2 solar panels, bam, you're done. You don't have to worry. But because all power we generate here is going to come from resource generation, if it was somewhere else where coal was decently abundant, we could use the coal gained from the miners and chuck that in through a solid fuel generator and just go bam, and then that could generate a bunch of carbon for us, or carbon dioxide, and that would, you know, push through. We can get oxide or oxygen from that, and then the cycle goes on and on and on. But because we cannot, or because the absolutely abysmal yield of coal, because the yield of the auto miners is based on the ore generation table for the planet you're on, means that we're gonna get very, very little coal from the auto miner anyway. So I think it's better to aim at a bigger greenhouse quicker and automatically harvest switchgrass and turn that into charcoal. At least that's my idea. Hey, more silicone. And some nitrates. And some copper in here, which is not bad, because we are gonna need a bunch of that as well. So March 14th, 2024. Isn't it longer than that? Could have sworn I had it way earlier than that. Hmm? Yeah, well, I know the game is older than that, but when I purchased it. Vad fan är söken? Jaha, ja, jo, men inte den. Ja, det är ju flera sidor. Det är ju... I'm pretty sure I had it. Pretty sure I had it way back. Yeah, there we go. 26th of June 2018. Nej. I bought it to myself and to two friends that slugged it out with me for like, I don't know, 2 weeks. And then they got tired of only doing mining because neither of them actually likes, or yeah, shouldn't say likes, should say are not prone to build creative things. They are phenomenal when it comes to objective-oriented games. Not so much when there's no objective and you have to figure out what you want to do for yourself. Which is alright as well. You know, it's just my typical group of real-life friends that I tried subjecting them to different sandbox games, and it's just, you know, they're not compatible. That's a lot of hydrogen here. This was not what we went out to do mining for, but I also don't mind stockpiling some hydrogen. Like, holy smokes. I guess that's something this place has going for it. Because I mean, I don't even need to have freaking 50 times, you know, resource harvesting. Because if I wanted hydrogen, it's like, here, have a patch of hydrogen, and you got what, 9 stacks, 10 stacks? That's insane. I'm not hating it, but it's insane. And I don't even need to use the freaking pad to find the ore either. It's just all over the place. Now I should find some other stuff here. Like, there's some grayish things. Is it more silicon, or is it actual coal, or? Hello? I know the bedrock's down here. Ooh, we got some oxide here as well. Oh wow, that's a ton of that as well. Huh. Are you gray? Hello. Hey, look at that. That is that. Now we are actually, no, we're not down on bedrock. I thought we were down on bedrock. Oh god, okay. Well, that's unusable down here because it's like bedrock, infinite materials. And we ran out of juice for our mining device. So we're gonna do that. And we are gonna go in here and we're gonna pick up a hand drill. That's not helpful. That thing's actually helpful. So grab you, put you in there. There we go. So that is our mining backpack full. Which is not a bad catch. And I mean, I'm not hating this silicon action going on. Hello? Silicon. There we go. Because we are down at bedrocks. It's just, if there is ore deposits in there, you can still mine it. Which is also terrifying. Hey, look at that. We are out on the surface of the planet again. And we just ran straight into coal. I'll take it. I'll take all of it. Give me the coal. I will take this coal and then some. Because that gives us the steel we need to build our structures. Yeah, I think so. So we're gonna do... we're gonna build up the framework for the control station. So the satellite controls. And then, which is basically just gonna be like a frame and then, you know, a wall with controls on them for now. And then we'll do another frame, and then we'll do the satellite dish on top of that. And then we'll sort out the wiring for it, and that'll allow us to dial in a trader and start getting a bit of trading going on, hopefully. Because that will also allow us to buy some of the alloys, because we don't necessarily need to get an advanced furnace up and make the alloys. We could get away with just buying some of them. To get some of the equipment, like to get some of the more advanced equipment up. For example, our hard suit, that would be nice. Ooh, is that silver I spy with my little eye? Look at that, that is silver as well, I'll take it. Because the hard suit would be nice to get. More inventory space and whatever else. I think the trader might be a good start. Pushing forward. And then, I mean, technically something cooling. Moving the little shit shack we started with is also gonna help us getting along. We are gonna have more silver here. But trader and getting some advanced alloys to get the sensor glasses, for example, that would be really helpful. Because that'll allow us to just quickly mine specifically what we need. And we wouldn't need to worry about dying horribly in lava either, because we can just mine on like crazy. Yeah, I think that's gonna be our best bet to get things rocking. We got 2 more slots. Got some more coal we can grab here. And I know mining is terribly activity rich, but it is an essential part, unfortunately. Now, I don't know about you guys, but you know, do you feel like it would be sensible to run at a higher yield multiplier for mining, just for stream's sake? Or are you guys happy with me having, you know, the default values and the proper stationeer grinding experience as we trudge along here? Because my general contempt with you're being indifferent. My general contempt with it is, one, you know, it gives me a little bit of brain time and idle time where I can actually think things through and what I want to do in the next step. it also gives me a little bit of a mental break in between the things. But it's also it pushes me to do more automation and to do more quality of life things, to make the base run smoother. I think I'll simmer on it, because I've been thinking of it for a while, for not just stream sake, but if I want to do like a let's play and throw up on YouTube, or you know, like chaptered kind of playthrough on one of the other planets, and do a YouTube specific thing. Your mining is very satisfying. Well, I thank you. I feels like I'm very messy. I'm leaving a little bit of nudges here and there, but I try to leave it somewhat sane. At least when it's within visual range of my base. But no, so if I do like a let's play or something, or do like a MIPS tutorial thing, playthrough or whatever, I might just up the scale of harvesting, just to have a nice fluid playthrough session, because if I want to post a 2-hour YouTube video, I don't want to have 75 minutes of that being mining.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Hydration critical. You can be hydration critical. So I think that would make sense. So now that we're done with that, do I want to move the we might just do... I don't want to keep fighting the furnace. Let's start with throwing this in here. We'll switch around the mining. Get that in there. Get that jetpack back in there, and then we'll... I swear to God, power saving is just not in my brain. Like, I don't necessarily need to super save power at the moment, because we've got full power. But we also have full power because I keep burning freaking... Yeah, see? Immediately, water filter. How badly filtered are we? We're good on the other thing. So let's go in here and take a look at these guys. Use a transformer for machines. Yeah. True, if I'm using a transformer, I don't need a circuit to handle them. I can just use the transformer as an on-off switch. Thriving towards fruiting, growing moderately well. Why are you growing moderately well? I think that was that a water issue in the beginning, maybe? Or are you deficient for any particular reason? Atmo analyzer configuration. Plant analyzer instead of configuration. Thank you. You're happy. You're happy. You're happy. I don't know. Don't want to eat the freaking raw potato. Put that over there. Yummy raw potato. Delicious. Don't know how much damage I did to that potato, but not what I wanted to do. Okay, so that's our water refill. That refilled. We're waiting on the hydrogen just a little bit to keep us from consuming more food and water than we need to. once we have water a little bit more stabilized and in a tank, we're gonna set up an automatic shower. And I really wish there was a like a quick button to deposit your gear onto a suit stand rather than having to, you know, cycle through each individual one.
Power low.
That is pretty nice. So all of them are thriving. All of them are thriving. Why is this still on? Is the sun behind the planet? Maybe that's the yeah. Might be behind the might be behind Saturn. But yeah, no. So we got the grow light automated. So that should be fine. And then we just need to add a few more liquid pipes, a whole bunch more hydroponic trays, and we can start scaling up the potato, which in turn is scaling up our carbon dioxide use, which we do not we are not having a whole lot of. We're gonna need to start capturing the gases from the combustion, which is gonna be pretty big. So that is our hygiene back in order. Pop that in here. Food is okay. Let's pop in a little bit more liquid just in case. Closer helmet, locker helmet, pop that open. And let's head out. So, first off, we are gonna check and throw in some iron here. We're gonna grab a water filter. Let's do you there. Thank you. Pop that water filter in here. Nice. We are gonna get that recycler up here in a bit. Let's get some frames up. And let's get our power changed out as well. Updated power, replace that. And then we're gonna need to get this one replaced out as well. Let's put that there. So we want to do a little bit of a control tower, and I think, how big was the satellite? That thing was freaking huge, wasn't it? Was it 2x2 or 3x3? I can't remember. Or was it even bigger? I think it might have been 3x3. Not entirely sure. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's the really fucking big one. Let's assume it's 3x3, and then we can just remove a frame if that's not the case. That's not gonna be bad, right? Now this is gonna be one floor, and so that's gonna be what's sticking up, and then we're gonna have the satellite on top of that. So we are gonna need you, and we are gonna need a computer. We're gonna need iron in that thing. I think it'll work quite nicely, because then we get a little bit of elevation. We can put another frame up there if we want to get a little bit higher. Oh, we actually need properly smelted silver for that one. We do not have any smelted silver. Where the hell did we do? There we go. Let's take a stack of silver and smelt that. That we could arguably make a bunch of medium filters. I don't like making medium filters of good thing about silver is that it doesn't require a lot of temperature to smelt. It's a very soft metal. So that's a communication motherboard. Do we want to have the buttons? Well, let's put you there. Let's put that there. Where did we put that little small antenna? Because we built a little antenna dish. There we go. We're gonna grab a bunch of wire up there.
Jetpack critical.
Yeah. Now, actually, for this particular piece, we are gonna skip doing that on the top floor. I'm just gonna do it here. Yeah, I know it doesn't have a battery in it. I ripped the battery. And that's just because I don't feel like pulling the dials and all of the other crap for the small satellite. Not when I'm gonna need to rewire things anyway, and we don't know how big this thing is. Where do we want to pull down the cable? I just want to pull the cable straight down here. We can just do it straight here. And I know we're having a lot of kind of temporary solutions for some of these problems, which I apologize for. We try to not do that, but we want progress. We're gonna need to do it quickly. And then we just have one single piece of heavy wire to connect that up. There we go. And what do you need to complete building? Welding torch and an iron sheet. That is what you want. And then I bet you it's gonna want electronical components as well. I just know it. We don't have any iron sheets. Or do we have some iron sheets here? That's some steel sheets. No iron sheets. Wow. Okay, okay. Calm down, little shoot. Calm down. And then we need cable coils. And that is our little antenna done. Awesome. Maybe maybe we grab some steel sheets and we weld some of those frames so we can actually walk up there. That'd be awesome as well. All part of the game. You know what's also part of the game? You can burn freaking cable. Because that's fun. Been there, done that. Okay, so that is that done. Look at that. We have a satellite dish in, and it's not a medium satellite dish. Stop lying. Look at that. Bam. Star smelter. What else do we have here? Hydro Harvest Haven. Stellar Steam Trader. Galactic Gravels. Let's put you to... Like, the rapidness of this thing. It's amazing. I might actually use the small one. Just to program it. Because it's so rapid. Right, use the Big Bertha taking forever to adjust angles. Just look at that thing. Like it's on their way. God, it's... But then again, I'm also used to Big Bertha eating up all my power. Hey, now we're talking. Yeah, still on a single station battery. Gonna have to focus on power here soon. Yeah. A more dedicated production. A separate fuel tank rather than this little thing. Separate tanks for the filtration units. Like, you know, we're constantly low on hydrogens. We're gonna put one up here for fuel as well. So there is definitely going to be some interesting pieces of equipment. So now that we have that sorted out, we are gonna need to do... We have steel in here, right? Yeah. Frames. We got enough frames. Actually, let's pop you open. And we want landing pad basics. So we're gonna need 9 of these. And then we're gonna need a landing pad power. And once we have that done... Actually, can we do that here? So another thing that... Actually, we did start with 200 bucks on our credit card. That's amazing. What was the trader that we had? Was that... That was a smelter trader, right? 11 minutes. That could you always start at 200. I could have sworn that planning can be, what? Oh yeah, because it's eating 5 steel per. I was like, I could have sworn we had enough steel in there, but no, we did not. Do we have more steel here? Iron. Bam. That's you empty. And that's you empty, just to make sure that you're empty. And that's the only steel we have. We are gonna need to smelt some steel. That's 2 more kits. Yeah, we're not gonna have enough to do the power, I think. Or is it? Yeah, because that thing's inside the landing kit as well, right? Yeah, it's data and power. So we're missing what? 1 steel? 1 single steel unit. No steel here. No steel laying around. It's like some scrap steel. God damn it. Okay. Let's grab our backpack. Let's grab our backpack. See, there we go. You know what? Let's just be cheesy.
Air tank low.
Hey Periwind, new save. Yeah, you haven't joined us for the Mimas run, have you? So we took a little bit of a break from the insanity of Vulcan. I just my brain needed a little bit of a pause from it. And that was mainly because I was getting frustrated from getting flown around when mining. Mainly, that was mainly the reason for it. I don't like the physics reactions in it. So we took a little breather from it, and we took a little breather from it by doing Mimas on brutal, as you do. So, we have managed to survive, but it was a little bit of a rough start, considering we totally did not have our base explode twice because of the Sterling engine. I'm just... Oh, come on! That's not that cold. What? Excuse you me. That's 2,000 degrees going in there. I swear to God, this furnace is getting weirder and weirder. That pushed in a whole bunch of gas. Let's just do 2 oxide and 2 volatiles and another 2 oxide. There we go. There we go. That pushed up the temperature. Thank you for this delivery of steel. It is most appreciated. Pop that in there, and let's get our last basic landing pad. So, where was I? Yeah, so we're doing a little bit of a brutal Mimas run here. So we've finally gotten our first upgrade to our plantation. So that is 10 landing pads. That is that sorted out. So we are temporarily going to drop down the landing pad here. We are gonna move it, but I think we can temporarily do it here. And hopefully it won't smack into the base, but you know, we'll notice. Could be an unforeseeable death and decay here. Ooh, right, yeah. That extends out of the grid. Yeah, he's coming in from here. So he's gonna choong, and then he's gonna go choong. Or something. Do you need wire? You just need a crap ton of wire. There we go. And then that just needs some power and data connection hookup, and hopefully we are still in time for that trader that we have dialed in. And if you are curious, we have a base plan scratched out that is in the Stationeers channel on the Discord. And it is a most ambitious plan. I forgot to hit the damn switch. Hey! Watch him just collide into the building and everything just detonates. Awesome! So that is our first trader and our first mission complete on the task of base building. And obviously he's got shit stuff that we can use, and all he wants is chocolate bars and, you know, whichever. But we do know that if we buy the ingredients for the chocolate bars, we can make money of doing chocolate bars. And this time I'm not going to be selling you coal because that is fuck-ass expensive for me. We can take a look and see if we have something we can sell ore-wise. We can sell him some iron ore. Don't want to do that. We can sell him some copper ore. We can sell him some iron ore. Maybe sell him some silicon as well. I don't necessarily want to sell him some silicon. Yeah, he wants it's 5 chocolate bars. It's always 5 chocolate bars. It's 5 units. At least this guy's paying 300. I think some of the other ones might be paying a little bit more. But yeah, so we are definitely also going to want a vending machine. We don't want to buy. We'll be selling. 46. We're just looking to make some cash so we can afford to buy the seeds. Let's have a look and see if there's anything else adjacent. Oh, I had 3 pieces of copper left to sell, but oh well. Orbit ore, galactic gravels left. Hydro Harvest Haven. Can we dial you in? So while that is spinning around, we are gonna hop in and grab some water and some food. And these guys are thriving. This is freaking delicious. This is another one I want to just hook up on automation, so the table, like, put down a room sensor in here. And then as soon as I walk in here, it just powers the table. Same thing with the water bottle, just turns on the water bottle thing. There we go. So that is sorted out. We got that hooked up. Let's get out of here. Trader, and then we want to start looking at where to place that rocket silo, and then we want to do atmospherics a little bit better. We're gonna ventilate this thing here. We're gonna shove into the waste pipe, which we can actually do if we put a pressure regulator. We're gonna put you here. That's what we're gonna do. Or actually, that thing's gonna be blocking there. Okay, you know what? We'll put the pressure regulator here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Totally not getting distracted again. But that's our. That's not going to be a pressure regulator either. Actually, it is going to be a pressure regulator because it's going to sit at 800 kPa and it's just going to be on, and then it's going to ventilate this crap until it's empty. And then that's gonna be fine. Thank you very much. We're gonna put you there. We are gonna grab brown paint. That is gonna be a waste pipe, and then we're gonna grab our tool. God damn it! That's not what I want to do. I want to do that. Let's see here. This thing. And then just angle that out. Hook that up. Because this is the old hab. We just want to do that. Turn that on. And then we just want to vent this gas out of here. Into the waste pipe. So once this is empty, we can just tear this whole damn thing down. And that'll allow us to start shifting around the atmospherics properly to put down some tanks for these guys. Let's have a look-see on the trader list, see what we can do. Hey, asteroid appliances, not the guys I was looking for. Orbit or outfitters. That's gotta be over there. Ah, that's a 5x5. You son of a bitch. That's gonna be what, 14 units? Ah, Hydro Harvest Haven. Just the ones I wanted. Oh, that's pretty freaking quick. I don't think I'm gonna be able to reach it without the medium. Yeah, huh? 190 out of 200 needs 196, and that's because you can't do. Ooh, actually, you can do incrementals. Well. That didn't fucking work when I was trying it. I don't know. Maybe my Vulcan one was getting botched. Frames. So what did I need? I need more copper. I don't think we do have more copper. We got 500 more of copper. Apparently we're sorting out the 5x5 trader right away. No. We need one more. So that is 1, 3, 4. Apparently we're super effective when it comes to trading setup. Which is kind of funny since, you know, it's my second run at this. Yes, I am being picky about what to use for angles. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's just the way it is. So let's grab, what is it, wrench? Yeah. Let's grab angle grinder. Doesn't have any fucking charge. God damn it. Angle grinder, what are you even doing here? Which is pulling into the hole. We probably should be doing battery upgrades. We have the resources for them. But, you know, here we are doing trading. That is where we want this one. Let's do the non-shaped ones. Oh, are we one landing pad short? God damn it. I had the technology. I had the things in there. And then we do 1 copper. At least we divided up the copper stacks now by doing that. So that, you know, that's nice. I swear to God. What is it, iron? Oh, not that one. Steel, electrum, whichever, whatever. Solder, steel. Sure, making this thing complicated. So, you know, we want to build a landing pad. We're building a frickin'... There we go. Thank you. We're gonna need 4 more steel sheets. Yank that out of there. Freaking running around trying to get this. Oh boy. About that power. Did we not have any more fuel? We may or may not have forgotten to throw in some more fuel. The funny part is, if we lower the temperature on this thing, it'll actually kick up our Stirling engine. So if we keep this at like 300, 400, it actually makes our Stirling engine run more effectively, which is kind of crazy. Well, that's slightly annoying. I guess our power use finally got out of hand. So we are gaining in charge now. So our Stirling engine is running at almost 7 kilowatts. So if we can get the coolant to be stable at like 25 degrees here, we can get more than 8 kilowatts of power from that one Stirling engine. That's fucking 2000 degrees in that pipe. Push that volume up, get that pipe down. See, once we get the temperature range downwards a little bit, that thing can fucking rip. So do we reprioritize a bit, or what do we do now? Because we clearly run into power problems, but I don't want to mess around with the freaking engines right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does seem that way, don't it? Well, okay, so well, we don't need to have everything fucking running since we know we have power problems. You know what? Let's get an insulated tank. Do we have some steel laying around here? We really don't. We ate up all the steel there. So let's do two things.
Hydration critical.
Well, make that thing, and then apparently we're gonna be going in here. So we're gonna do two things. we are going to make things very complicated, and we're going to make them very complicated very quickly. And it's going to be a little bit annoying. So obviously, seed, 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 and seed. Yeah, these potatoes that got smacked by the hot water didn't really appreciate it. So we're gonna run one more potato run in here. Let's do 3 potatoes. We are gonna be focusing on getting a framework up for the power production. We are gonna do the gas fuel generator. And we are gonna we might not need the gas fuel generator right away, because we're still producing water, and when we're producing water, we're generating a crap ton of heat. So we might just do, I don't know, another, do we do just another Stirling engine? Because we got, so looking at our amazing gray sheet here again, we've got our H2 combustor. So that's our water. And that is going through a Stirling. That is going through a Stirling engine. And we are essentially taking... this is coming out at like 1200. That's a horrible thing. Like 1200 C. And that's being sent into the filter. And then we grab... We're grabbing our water and sending it onward. And the water is, the water is like 100 C something, like 100. It's, sorry, not 100. It's like 250, 200. But everything else that's coming out of here is like 1000 degrees plus, and we're just venting this right now. So if we slap on another Stirling engine here, we can probably get another, I don't know, 4 kilowatts of power just off the gas that we're doing now. And then, so if we put this through another Stirling, we might increase our power with like 50-60%. And then this we can put into a tank. We might be able to loop in another Stirling, depending on how much heat is being lost here. Like if this is coming out at, say 350. So if this is coming out at 350 C, we can put in another Stirling. And then that's going to be cold. That's going to be like sub 100 degrees going forward. And that we can put into a tank. And then we can start using that and looping that through the... we can loop that back into the system. Because that, we need a liquid. We need... Essentially, we need pollutant. So I think that might be our best priority for more power. Stirling engine. We're gonna need copper, we're gonna need gold, we're gonna need steel. So we're gonna do... That's enough steel for 2 Stirling engines. So we're gonna do those 2 Stirling engines. We are actually gonna do something that we couldn't do before. We are gonna smelt some more silicone for 1. But now we can use smart canisters. Which we're gonna need to smelt more steel. But that's a new thing. Now we can actually do slightly higher amount of that. We can do a tank to capture that gas, and then we'll just do like a blowout valve. So in case we exceed the safe limitation, we're also gonna weld. Since we sorted that out, we're gonna weld. Let's get this welded up. There we go. So our trading platform is operational. Absolutely a fucking mess here. I want to hook up a refrigerated vending machine because this is just horrible. Right, so Stirling machine, that thing's sad. There we go, 2 pieces of Stirling engines. That is gonna massively increase our power. We're gonna need more power units, which is gonna require more steel and more copper. We are gonna do another smelt of silicone. Before we do anything else, so we are gonna do that. We're gonna take... we're gonna do a little bit of a dirty thing here. We're gonna take you. And we're just gonna do that. Dump that out there. Did we have... Where the hell did the other backpack go? Did I put it... There we go. Yeah. Do we have enough for a stack of steel? Please? Do I need... I need more coal. I need that trader. Arr. 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 God damn it. So that's gonna be 30. That's gonna be 90. Yep. Okay. Let's get the let's get some steel going. So we'll do this. We'll do bam and bam. And then we're gonna start off with silicone. So that is that silicone. And that is gonna be some steel. It's gonna be so bad if something happened. Thank you. Okay, so we need one more piece of that. Because we want to get that smart canister so we can fill it up a little bit more. There we go. And then we want to yeet those resources out because we are gonna need frames.
Waste tank caution.
I mean, actuality, this is not gonna be a bad idea because it is gonna allow us to capture a carbon dioxide, which has been on my mind for a while now. Like we have no more CO2, which you know plants, they want that CO2. Okay, so let's, while that is happening, let's clean this up a little bit. Just so we can get a little bit of an overview of what we have.
Power low.
I think she's having a lot of opinions right now. Okay, so we've got 60 steel plus whatever's in here. Sheets, we're gonna need a whole bunch of sheets. We do have 16 flat walls. That's good. That's another piece of iron. And that's another piece of iron. That's another piece of iron. That's a piece of that copper. That's electrum. We all know how that looks. Because if we can get the trader, right? Do we have power now? We got some power. My issue was I kind of left this on with the 200 watt spendage across the board. Void vein vendors. you on? You are not on. Let's flip you on and get you connected and have you land as soon as freaking possible. What else do we have here? Orbit and oxygen, galactic trader, avoid vein vendors. I don't know. Let's get that off, see what this trader has to offer, and then we can turn off the landing pad. So he's buying 800 iron ore. He's buying a lot of iron ore. Ooh, he's buying oxide volatiles as well. Not a lot of... He's buying unprocessed ore. That's also interesting. Ooh. Okay. Can I sell him a heavy drill? What do I need for heavy drill? It's Invar select. Not a lot of Invar. I mean, it's a pricey resource thing to do, but it was a large battery you wanted, right? Yeah, large battery charged up. Yes, that wouldn't have been a bad idea if we had some centrifuges set up already. Like, what would fix? You know what? We're just gonna buy a stack of steel, or a stack of coal. Coal being a little bit of a pain in the ass right now, and we need steel immediately. Space Springs Trader. This is interesting. Normally I'd get something. Unless of course they are way outside the power range of the small dish. Oh well. Guess we're doing that, and then battery recharged again. Okay, so let's continue on with this then, I suppose. We want to grab this, get a bit of steel sheets going. Get another large battery. Right, so the power station is supposed to be down here somewhere. We're gonna need to do some mining. We're gonna need to do some mining because we need to get stuff out of the way. We do not have a battery in this thing. Oh god. Oh no, no, no. I was thinking it yeeted the freaking battery across the plains, but no, no, no. I just disabled the output like a good little boy. Okay, so let's get this thing mined out.
Hydration critical.
Do 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 do. Do, do, do. Is that enough? Do I need to go? That should be good. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, so power. Hey, look at that. There's some gold here. Do we have more gold where we're supposed to be building our power? It's almost like it says, hey, here's some heavy watt wire. Well, I can't not mine it, because that'd be stupid. So we're just gonna do a little excavation under the hill here. But it seems like, was it just a little, no, no, no. We found some more. So we're gonna mine out here. So we have a little entrance way to our gold mine, while we build this. So what was the plan? We wanted the hangar in between, and we probably want 2 spacings in between the hangar. And the hangar is gonna be 9 tiles, because it needs to be 9 tiles to fit the whole damn thing. So we already know how big the hangar is gonna be. So we do like 8 tile extra, so 11 tiles in between the hangar or in between the power unit and the lounge. And if the lounge is intended to go inside with the side here, And then we do that tunnel here. So we can do... This is where the lounge stops. We do one extra tile for utility purposes. So our power station starts here. Which can do... We're gonna want sealed rooms for these. And we're gonna want... We're gonna want... Do we want to have an extra? Yes, that's gonna be a utility. Do I want to have 2 wide? Or do I want to have... You're probably fine if we do like 2 high utility room. We can actually leave... Let's leave 1, 2... Yeah, let's leave 2 spacing. And then we're gonna do... We want a tunnel. We don't want an airlock, but we want a tunnel and a freaking blast door. So we're gonna do that. This is... Which one is gonna be our hallway? We're gonna need to do this tile, this tile. So this in here is gonna be our hallway. Right, so this is our hallway. Bam, bam. So, yeah, that's gonna be our hallway. Just grab these. Yes, we'll move that up. I'm gonna grab a wrench. Clean this up a little bit. There we go. So that's gonna be our hallway. This is gonna be our door. And then this is gonna be our entrance into our power station. And then we do some data information on this wall here, and we're gonna do let's do this will be a Stirling engine. I think we're gonna make them 2 by 2. That's gonna be 1 Stirling engine. And that's gonna be a 2nd Stirling engine, and we need more frames. But that, I think, is gonna be our start. Yeah.
Hunger caution.
Yeah. And this is all going to be pressurized as well. Which is partially why I bought that coal as well, because we're going to need a whole bunch more steel. Yeah. That's going to be fine. We don't technically need... Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot more sheets. Unlock helmet, open helmet. Get that in there. And freaking light just turned off, which means it is 5 a.m. on a Sunday. That thing is going, that thing pops up, so this light is working perfect. There's the steel. We're also gonna need the walls.
Power low.
Just gonna let that run and make a whole crap ton of sheets because we're gonna need them. Arguably, we only need 2 tiles to run them. But I have a feeling that it'll work better if we have them on 4 tiles, so there's more thermal mass in the room. But then again, we should be able to make it run on 2 tiles. It shouldn't be freaking impossible. We just need to have more effective cooling. Like it works here. We are running it on 2 tiles. The cooling for it is just not effective enough. And the way we can get that improved is by having a large ass fucking radiator with liquid in it, so it can actually absorb instantaneously from this pipe. So have a heat exchanger out here, or a direct heat exchanger, or multiple direct heat exchangers, to instantly cool it down. So we're gonna grab some steel sheets now. So we are welding all of these because we can put Stirling engines on the tiles next to it. So we have one tile walkway. And then we will have panels and then Stirling engines. Så ursäkta. Excuse you me. He's like, don't worry about it. Just get out of the way. I'm here right now. Ouch. Don't worry about me. I'm just in the way here. He's like, don't worry about it. Where did I... Ouch. Thank you. Oh yeah, the angle grinder fell off on the side there. I saw it somewhere here. No, that was not the angle grinder. Where the hell did the angle grinder go? What? Right, I put it in the mining bag. That's why. Window. The regular composite window is up to 200 kPa. I mean, we could run it and then replace it on with reinforced plate. Could be kind of funny. Here we go. So that is these guys, and then we are gonna do walls and whatever else. Okay, so that is our Stirling engines. They need 2 steel sheets and 2 electronic parts each. Obviously forgot to actually empty out this tank, because we are gonna want to smelt some more steel. So how much? We do have some steel sheets left here, but that is all of our steel. That's going to be electronical parts. And now that we have this sorted out a bit, we can actually use volatiles for this. Iron, gold, copper. Because at the moment, our gas canister is filled with nitrogen, which isn't really the best thing for this. We can just let it make all of that. We're gonna need to have a gas canister, a gas utility, and we're gonna need to have a gas pipe, and we are going to need a pressure regulator. That's fine, we can use that one. That one should be well empty now, almost. I think we can put a pressure regulator right there and then just bend it in there. At least I think so. Because that would be nice. That would allow us to put just a pressure regulator right there, put a cable down, make a little spider web of the cable. More Stirling engines. More Stirling engines. More Stirling engines. More Stirling engines. So we are gonna need sensors to check each room. We're gonna need an IC10 controller specifically for the Stirling engines, which is gonna require us to run the check towards the batteries as well. I know it's a little bit late, but we are gonna solder and silicon. Do we have some of it? Pretty please. Nothing of it. Are we completely out of solder and solder? Or solder? Or have we yeeted it into oblivion? That's some solder left. So we're missing steel, and then we can do the advanced furnace, and we'll slap that in a hot box as well. And we'll put that. It doesn't need to be complicated, it just needs to be available. Hotbox it all, yeah. Make shoots for it. You emptied out. You almost emptied out. Enough to warrant. At least that'll make 200 steel. And hopefully we'll get somewhere on that. Plonk, 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 plonk. So that'll be the steel we need for the advanced furnace, and then we can deal with that. That's gonna allow us to do a lot. Thank you. Yeah. Because that'll also allow us to do the advanced alloys if we want to. Not that we have the cobalt for it, but you know. Which is actually something that I'm kind of terrified over. We might just make enough of the advanced alloys to make the damn sensor ship and get that thing rolling. So let's put let's put a temporary furnace there.
Hydration critical.
Hydration critical. Well, we're not gonna be able to make another, or well, it's not gonna make another thing. We're just gonna run in here quickly and get refreshments. Do 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 do. Now we can actually start planting with the potatoes. Rather than the seeds, we can get a little backup seed pack. That is pretty sweet. Close helmet, lock helmet, get back out there. 2200 left in the air tank, 2400 in the waste tank. That's our advanced furnace. There we go. I figured it was more electronic parts, which is why I made a bunch of extra. And I believe it is some steel sheets as well, which we do not really have too many of, but we got some for this. There we go. Furnace. And then we are just gonna do... We're just gonna do cables. Or not cables. Pipes. Pipes. Why is it? Output. So we are looking at... Don't want to have that water pipe out there. We don't have a single... Yeah, we do. We had some insulated pipes. Not that I think we'll need them, but it's better to have a water pipe connected there in case. No. I'm gonna walk on this freaking thing. I'm gonna go crazy. Bam, 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 bam. And then we just go wall. And bam. Now, obviously, this is not gonna work. Because I also need to get access to the chutes, but proves my point.
Power low.
There goes, that is our outlet chute. And that is gonna be our inlet. No, we don't want a window. There we go. That is our input and output. And that is all we really needed to have done with the other chute as well. Or the other furnace as well, and we would have saved ourselves so much fucking headache. I don't know why I wait with doing this until I get the advanced furnace. It's just... It's a really bad habit. And then all we need in there is just a tiny bit of gas. So that's gonna make those 60 pipes. We're gonna need more pipes for these guys anyway. Hooked it up with cable, and then we are good to go. Do I have enough heavy cable right away? That is the question. I don't think so. I think so. Take that back. We do have it. Give this a roll. That and delaying power upgrades. Yeah. I mean, we're not in a panic as long as we're not running. Like our problem there was basically all the machinery was running, all the appliances were running. We weren't filling up fuel, and I was also tinkering with the vendor. So it was like everything was draining power. Interstellar inhalants, nebula nectar. Alltså det... That is such a shitty thing. Like that is... That is so close. That is fucking touch and go, come on.
Waste tank caution.
I won't have enough time to operate. That was so close. God damn it. Cosmic tools and more. I mean, he's buying nitrice. He's buying all of the gas stuff. He might be worth keeping. He's buying a lot of it as well. You know what? Let's just keep him around here. Because we don't have another seed trader, right? No. So let's keep him around. Once it's daylight, we'll do a burst run and go for the gases. While we sort that out. So because all we really need is just do this. Now we should be able to dismantle this freaking thing. Which is actually gonna get us... Because if we do this... This is all empty. So, we are just gonna... rip this apart. Because there's multiple reasons for this. One, we get a door. Now, I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily want to turn this into an airlock because it's going to be atmorized. It's going to be the same thing as everything else. I just want to have a door there. Just separate the room as a room. For one, and it just looks nice. It's just, you know, close the door and then you can automate the door on proximity or something. So it's closed when I'm not there, and when you walk up to it, it automatically opens. Yeah, nice and contained. And then we're gonna grab the cowl, which is... We're gonna grab this guy. And then we're gonna grab some pipes. Gonna grab some ordinary pipes, stack them up there. Gonna grab these. These are what I need here. So we are gonna put that cowl on the inside. I guess I'm gonna need to rip it off the wall anyway. I mean, granted, I need to weld the floor anyway. Let's just do that. There we go. Bam. That's welded up and nicely done. And then we just do this. And that is on the inside. It's not in the wall. And then we do that. And then the only thing we need to do now is put a canister utility device there. We're actually gonna borrow you for a second. And then we're just gonna do this.
Jetpack critical.
There we go. So that has some gas in that room now. And that should be our hot box. So now if we get some fuel into this or some hot gas into it, which we can grab here, or just actually manually chuck it in, whichever, whatever. We can smelt some metals in it. Oh, awesome. Now we just need to hook up the pipe systems from this guy. We're gonna empty this out, actually. Let's start with doing that.
Hydration critical.
Let's start by emptying this guy out. And once that thing is completely empty, we can dismantle it, which will get us our pipes back. I also don't know, are we even using this anymore? No, I don't even think this one is hooked up. I think we lost this when which is not bad because it's not insulated. Like, it's 200 degrees coming out of the Stirling engine, and that's after we're dumping the temperature on this. I think you can easily run, we can easily run probably 3 Stirling engines on the water vapor before we're down to like 200 degrees. And even on 200 degrees, that's still above water boiling temperature because that's 100. Since we have that steam going onward here, as our boiling temperature is 100 C. Anything above 100 degrees should be keeping that water as a steam slash boiling it. Maybe we can actually get to the Stirling engine building soon.
Jetpack critical.
That can run 3 of these is why I was very confused by the sensible temperatures on your initial steam. See, the reason why it's sensible temperatures is because I'm massively cooling down the steam by adding a crap ton of thermal heat, or, you know, lack of thermal heat from the output of our furnace. So I am throwing in like 300 degree massive pressure gas into the same pipe system as the Stirling engine is running, which is what's causing our problem. The Stirling engine, on just the one Stirling engine, runs too hot on the 2000 degree steam. If I add volume from the furnace, it runs fine because the gas that's going into the Stirling engine is like 300 degrees. So that's been temperature nurturing it by just adding that massive thermal mass from the furnace. But that's also, you know, why we keep running into these problems with power. Because we're not reliably doing it, we're not continually doing it, we don't have it automated for one. It is a massive waste of potential energy as well. One, because, you know, we're shoving it into... we're using it in the furnace, which we should be... we're using the furnace to cool it down rather than just using it to generate power to cool down. But look at that, these potatoes are growing spectacularly well. We don't have any oxygen or hydrogen, so I don't even wanna know how the fuel is looking here. We're still fine on fuel for a while. This guy's almost empty. And that's also going to be a precarious moment when we decide to rip out this Stirling engine, place it over there and plug everything in and hit the button. Which is going to be another thing. So we're going to grab this pressure regulator. Ooh, yes, we can place it here. Nice. And I believe it was like 3,200 something. I think it was. To hit that slightly over 70 moles. Or like, yeah, 100 moles-ish, something. And yes, we are continuing the spider web of cables here. We are gonna have those smart canisters. Now we are gonna do that, and I know I know that thing is empty, so we're gonna chuck in a new stack of volatiles in here. And once that is gobbled up by the ice crusher, we are going to need a stack of oxygen, because clearly out of oxygen. I think it was like 3,200 something in average, like 20-degree temperature. Right, so this should be good now. So if I put in, let's give this a try. If we put in some volatiles, and we put in anoxide, and we hit go, excuse me, oh, did the volatiles or the oxygen freaking off-gassed? There we go. Now this should be stable after a little while. It'll take a little bit to heat up the actual room, but it should be somewhat stable. Okay, let's see how much that is. 85 moles. So that's gonna be pretty good, right? Let's just add this bomb to our inventory.
Filter low.
That recycler, bro. That recycler. Why is this bleeding so much temperature? Is that coal bleeding temperature through? I thought it was gonna be fine when it's one inside the room. Or is it drawing that much thermal mass in the room? It's radiating a crap ton of heat. Like what? Oh, right. Yeah, because this one... Because the exterior of the furnace is also radiating. I need to put this thing in. I need to put the whole damn thing in, then don't I? Well, I'm kind of confused over that though. Or is it just because it's not indoor that it's causing a hiss fit? Because I built a hotbox like that, right? And yeah, but like, so which freaking one was it? The Europa one. That's the one I was going for. The Europa save, we built that thing, and we put it in a box just like that, and we had, but it was sitting in a vacuumed room, shielded from the general atmosphere. But the room was vacuumed, so I guess it's a little bit sad over the fact that was that the steel? No, that's the steel. Flat walls. Yeah, but the front panel isn't in a room. Like technically speaking, it's exposed to atmosphere, which is probably why it's radiating heat, because it's by game definition outside. So I think this might just be a bit of wonky game logic. I have a feeling that if we weld these up, right? Or you know, I'm gonna need to weld the floor. We need an iron piece. Because it's radiating in the world, I have a feeling that if we do this, it's essentially gonna stop radiating. God damn it. The pad ran out of energy. Because we're now in a room with a vacuum, we're gonna stop radiating. Because it wasn't a problem of the gas in the room. Like you see, it stopped immediately. So there's something in it where, you know, it being outdoor is considered not in a room, or it's considered out enough that it'll keep radiating. So that's good to know. Okay, so that is our 2 primed canisters for this as well. And when we move this Stirling engine, we're gonna replace that damn bomb that it has with a proper one. We're gonna do some heavy wattage going on here. We're gonna change the color for this one out. Because this one, we wanna set as green. Green is our live wire input power that's going to the batteries. And then the data cable is going to be going out and around in a separate wire. Do we need to make... Yeah, we probably need to start separating that out. So we are going to grab... We're going to grab a proper piece of copper. Pop that in here. Pop that in there. And then we're going to start making cables. And remind me, next day mining. We need to chase ice and like nitro-ice and everything else. So do we just do a ladder down? Like, do we do just a little hatch here? Like, do we do this? And then we put the batteries, you know, down here? Maybe? So we'll build the generators upwards and the batteries downwards. There we go. That is hooked up data-wise on these guys. Stupid glass door not allowing you to run wire under it. There you go, and that'll go up on some walls here with some panels. Power goes down, power comes up. Batteries there. Yeah, that'll be fine. And some cat action going on there. Right, oxygen is what we wanted to throw in there as well. Otherwise, we will eventually run out of power. Which actually can point what is our water looking like. 119 liters of water. And it is in 49 degrees, so it is calm, slick, nice. Oh yeah, we get a little bit trace elements of nitrogen when we are processing water. And as long as that CO2 is there, we're fine on plants. Right, so let's dismantle this furnace, get the other one hooked up. So let's start with the volume pumps. That's not what we wanted to do, because now we sent in a whole bunch of new water in there, but oh well. Shit happens.
Hydration critical.
See, it's nothing in it, right? Yep, nothing in it. Just a little bit of pressure, which is fine. And then it is, what is it? Crowbar, and then wrench. Or is it crowbar? It's crowbar. Look at that. It served us well, but it is time to retire. There we go. Okay, so that is that one disconnected. Hand drill for the tank. Yeah, it's a bit of gas leaking out, but that's fine. Okay, so that is those guys, and then we do pipe, valve, pipe, 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 and pipe. And we can do this just to get that extra pipe out. Which one was the input? It's the top one that's the input, right? Is it? No, that it's the middle one that's the input.
Power critical.
She's on the complaining run again. And this thing is doing fine on pressure. It's keeping within the ratios. The only thing that we are gonna run into a problem with is gonna be our cooling here eventually, because we keep running the grow light. We got sun exposure, so we are slowly but surely building up heat. Right, sun up. We were supposed to do mining. Okay. Oh. Mining. And I know the freaking sun just went down. It's dumb, but... I would figure you'd pick up this freaking nitrice, but well, you know what helps? Equipping slots so I can actually get it. Also, I didn't realize we had that much coal on us. Just a little splotch. All I want is a little silo deposit down there with sorting and infinite power and rockets going to space collecting resources like some badass. That's not ice. It's things we want, but it's not the things we want right now. We want sellable materials to the traders. We can send him on his way. There's supposed to be so much nitrice down here. Or oxide, one or the other. Sometimes oxide is, you know, teal, sometimes it's white. You never freaking know, apparently. I feel tricked. What? What? What just fucking happened? Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh, and I'm leaking oxygen like crazy. A good thing I wasn't far away from the base. Ooh.
Suit damage.
Holy smokes, that scared the shit out of me. You know what? Let's just put this duct tape here. Let's make another roll of duct tape. And put you here. Did we have any steel laying around left? Yeah, we do. I'm shaking there. Holy smoke, that scared me. Phew. I was not prepared for that. You know what? I think our suit is just gonna be able to take like one more smack like that. Where did I put it? Where did I put the freaking pad? I think I mined too quickly and I slammed my head into a voxel that decided it wasn't really gone yet. I mined too greedily and too deep. The world said no. Ugh, holy smokes. Like I missed a little pixel or something, I don't know. And so I don't know, I warped inside of it or something. It's just, it pretty sure it glitched out, or I was just so forcefully running at it. Yeah, a little render lag almost. I mean that's what's yeah. I've had that actually kill me in the past. Because I couldn't make, like, I had too little oxygen left in the tank. So I ran out of oxygen and it knocked me out. So it is definitely a hazard, but oh boy, did it wake me up. Now, if you want to see me sweating in panic mode, I will eventually replay Subnautica. And while I absolutely love the game, does that thing give me anxiety? Do, 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 do. Okay, so we're starting to get together a decent chunk. But like essentially, when looking at this, like every other ore piece is $1. That is what I'm seeing right now. It's just dollar signs. Just give me all of that money. Hey, look at that. And we got into some silicon, which is nice. But we also got into some nitrates. Which is more things we want to have. So if we do accidentally get, you know, a whole freaking bag of these, I wouldn't mind. And then I think we are gonna make an unloader, and we are gonna make a vending machine, because I do not want to be hand picking this out to trade with him one by one. Well, this is not bad. This is actually really freaking good. $59 days. That is our cue to get back to the surface now that the big battery for the drill is out. Switch that back onto the pad. And let's figure out, that is our base direction. Look at that, we even see the base. Woohoo! I think I want to put a directed spotlight at the satellite dish once we get that building up. But yeah, that was an excitable mining run. Holy smokes! I almost freaking killed us. It was a little bit too excitable. Don't like my mining run that intense. Right, a little satellite flashlight. Right, so let's switch you down. Swap you out, put you back in there. Put you there. Get our Atmos and a configuration. Get our battery out of that one. Get our battery out of that one so we can recharge that battery so we can switch it out to the suit. And I believe it's in the electric because the vending machine uses solder and electrum. So it's gold, steel, electrum, solder. There's a lot of it. Wonder if I have enough. I don't think we're gonna have enough solder. Which is lead. I haven't seen lead. since we got that initial stuff. That is a problem. Like we got that little 4 gram of stick. But now that I think about it, I've actually not seen any more lead.
Hydration critical.
So we're just gonna do this. Do I have any space left here? Yeah, we can
Power low.
there we go, we can swap you out. I'm just gonna go in, get some refreshment here quickly. And then we need to do mining daytime because I need lead. That's another resource I don't want to lose out on. It's not lead, but it is as important as lead. That's silver. Is that lead or copper? Copper. Damn it. Oh, just silicon. Oh, something's supposed to be something grayish white. That's coal. That's also really fucking important, but I need lead. That's our only purpose in life right now. That's gonna be a coal field. So how lost, well, I got the tracker with me, so I'm not gonna go lost, but how far do we need to go to find lead this time, do you think? Because that is a little bit of an issue. Because without lead we can't make more solder, and without solder we can't make any of the sophisticated things. Like we can't do rockets, we can't do shit. Lead, pretty please. I'm pretty sure it's grayish as well. I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, we found that initial little splotch that we mined out. And I have 4 units of that still in the base. But after that, I haven't seen any more lead. Is it this guy? might be this guy, or this is another splash of silicone mixed in with nitrites that's looking different. But I'd figure it would be somewhat bluish tinted, but yeah, because here we have a distinct difference. Like you've got, I think that's coal, and then you have apparently silicone that decided to look like lead. I think it's bluish white. I don't have fucking mining drill energy for this. And then I run into freaking cobalt. Well, this was a freaking hodgepodge of random things. Gold, silver, like everything's freaking mixed up here. Is it really the times where I wish I had mining explosives and just drop a mine or drop a mining charge down there in the middle of that vein and just go boom? Hey, man. Oh, we have a cat helper again. That's a massive deposit of silica. Right, it's silica on this end as well, right? Feels like it should be. Men, hör du? Freaking cat. Yeah, it's silica. Yeah, I'm almost getting forced to do that, but I don't think I have the solder to do that. Because I think you need doesn't your scanner require solder? Oh, it's just silica, copper, gold. So the only thing we need to make is Inconel. We just need 5 grams of Inconel. Yeah, fuck it. We're going back. We're grabbing. We're getting the lenses. Like 400 meters to the base, and this is why we have the tracking ship. I swear to God, if I find solder on the surface on the way back to the freaking base from here, I will be slightly happy over running into it. I will also be slightly annoyed over not finding it prior. I swear to God. I fucking swear to God. Oh. Now it's just taking the piss. Like, look at the color scheme here. Like, it's definitely it's definitely the white stuff, so it is mixed in with like it's this thing here, right? All I have to say, screw you, game. Screw you. Like, you know, hey, 30. Hope you're doing alright. Man. Freaking cat. How are you doing? We are on a excruciating mining expedition trying to find freaking lead because I ran out of solder. And I spent, I don't know how long we now spent running around in the wastes of Mimas. Got 400 meters away from the base. Yeah, and then suddenly lead is the worst. Yeah, 15 minutes just running around wild aimlessly around here. We're gonna have to get the lenses. It's just, screw it. We're just gonna have to get him. I'm not adverse to getting the lenses. They're really nice. They're really OP. And the fact that you just need to kind of slap up an advanced furnace, get up to it doesn't even require high temperatures, just get up the pressure for it. And I don't think it's not temperature limited either. You just need to keep feeding it until you get that thing. We got some nickel in the base, we got gold, we got steel. And then we can make those lenses and then everything's fine. But 65 lead.
Power critical.
Yeah. Power critical. You can be power critical. Don't need to run with the lights on. We can save that. Yes, lead's freaking annoying. Yeah, basically whole day. Just because we just hit 60. I'm pretty sure we hit 15 when I ran out. Or 59. Sheesh, mamma mia.
Waste tank caution.
Well, with the sensor lenses, it's gonna make mining a hell of a lot easier. And then, as I mentioned, we are. I don't know if you were here for that, but I'm not doing deep miners. We're not gonna use them. I am gonna push myself to use the rockets. So that's kind of where we were here, just getting some trading going so we can get some more seeds for different plants. I want to get switchgrass. We can make reliable coal. And then do an automatic harvesting for that. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna switch that out to be our jetpack. Power is still stable. Let's get this lead smelted down. This is clearly radiated more. Like this is continuously radiating. That's not in this thing. That's in this thing. Once again, not in this thing. God damn it. I feel so dumb sometimes. Yep, we are correct. I don't know how it's radiating that much heat, but it is radiating that much heat, so, you know. Nice, I suppose. Don't tell me I don't have enough freaking iron left. Of course I don't. Oh yeah, yeah. We're fine. We're fine. We had some in the mining belt. There we go. So that is our lead. What do we need? We need steel, nickel, and gold. So we got that. We can do. It's 1 unit of steel to 1 unit of nickel, 1 unit of gold to 2 units of steel. That is gold. That is some more gold. So I need twice as much gold as I need the other stuff.
Power low.
Right. Get this switched out. So I need 40 gold. And I need get that yeeted out. So I need 20 steel. There we go, 20 steel, thank you. So that is 20 steel, 20 nickel and 40 gold. And that's gonna be our ink canal once we get up to pressure. I mean, easiest way to get at that pressure, just dump in. Oh, it's night as well, so we can just do. Just do that. We don't want to eject them, we want to burn them. We can even do that. We can grab, pop that away. 5 mining belt, and I know I need water, I know I need food, I know I need power. Pop in some steel in there. That'll push up the pressure a bit. And then equal 23.5. That's a little bit more steel.
Hunger caution.
And then we can pop in some silver.
Health low.
There we go. Let's put that in there so it doesn't get lost somewhere. And that is our first freaking. Was that in here? Yeah. So that is our sensor lenses. Push that power off, push that off, push that off. I promise you, there's gonna be lead like right fucking next to us. Whole crap ton of it. Yeah, like right under the base. Like we're gonna be freaking standing on it. We're gonna get a couple of large batteries. Because the nuclear batteries require, it's another one, right? Yeah, it's astroloy as well. Just gonna let our hydrogen go up a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna get some batteries. Get that. I don't know why we're still using the stupid charger that we have down there. We have a big one in the freaking thing. I know the potatoes might have been done. I don't know. Power low, you can be low. Like we got this one, right? We have this one set up. We don't need to be using this piece of crap. Turn it off permanently. Like we have more copper. Bam, and we got more steel now that we've smelted a little bit more. Just make those 3 additional batteries so we can actually start getting some heavy batteries into things, or you know, the large ones. Hey, look at that. And this is why we have alarms for these things. Oh, we are exceeding the power limitation now that we are charging the batteries. That's my way of keeping track on how much power we're using. We're gonna need the other ones. Like we're gonna need the yeah, we're gonna want the T-rays as well, but that's fine. Let's get this water filter replaced. Okay. So, vending machine. We're gonna need a crap ton more gold in it. That's a piece of gold. Solder requires pressure is irrelevant. It's the temperature that's crazy. And the easiest way to bring down the temperature is just smelt a bunch of random things. which we are not lacking. Actually, silicon requires 900 Kelvin, so we're below silicon level. Which is unfortunate because we do have a bunch of it. Uh, 550 Kelvin. I don't want to do silver because that is definitely going to cause problems. What we can do is we can do this. And we can nab one of these guys. And then we can put a valve on it. That way we can tell the room to convect out heat. That's 277 degrees. So if we allow that to lower it to 270, that's just gonna work. Clever indeed. Now, what do we need onward here? We need to get this thing charged up, which I'm hoping we've got some here.
Power critical.
Oh, nitrogen filter. I don't know. Oh, no lead right below us at least. I'll take that back. I take that fucking back. Look at that thing. That's just no, nope. I do like that big chunk of cobalt though. That's quite nice. And it's kind of funny that out of... Yeah, look at that. We got more lead here. A whole freaking vein going straight down to bedrock across the... This is why we get the sensor lenses. Because it makes mining so much easier. And it doesn't take a lot to get them. That's not great. That brings us to our origin point of getting freaking power running reliably. Yeah, we're almost at a brownout,
Air tank low.
which is not helping me. So right now it's having trouble running because it's too cold. But I think it's time to take our power problem seriously. As if we didn't already do that, but now it's legitimately a significant issue. In the fact that we are hitting our charging of a ton of batteries is causing this to actually seize up. So we're gonna do this, and this is gonna be our battery bank down here. And we'll sort that out. That cable is gonna go here. I don't need a lot of pressure, do I? I just need 1 MPa. I don't know why I didn't just dump out the gas here, because less gas, faster freaking temperature shift. There we go. So that's less than like a minute, and then that'll be done. Yeah. That's good. That's getting going again. Like it's not like we don't have fuel. We got plenty of freaking fuel. We just don't have any proper regulation for the power production. Which is, you know, not necessarily great. Not necessarily great at all at any given time. Nitrogen and hydrogen. Yeah, so now that we got that a little bit back, we can jump up the power a bit. Just like filters all over the place. I've got some material to recover from all of these filters just loitering around on the ground everywhere. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so nitrogen, we're good. Chi. Hydrogen is gonna go next in there. No, don't throw it away. Don't kick it like a freaking football. There we go. So, yeah, that's pushing our charge back up there. Where were we? Power generation. How the hell do I need to smelt silicon. Fuck, I also forgot this thing.
Hydration critical.
Is it just enough temp? Yes, it is. Awesome. Like, what's the difference between them outside of the functionalities? Like, are we... Like, how much more power is this using? Does anyone know that? Because you know, it says base power usage 5 watts, but so does this thing. So is it increasing the power usage based on the quantity of things it needs to keep cooled, or? I don't know. That was not a lot of iron. Stacker. let's see here. Where the hell do I want to put this thing? Probably just want to put it here for now. Plastic sheets. We believe we have 2 of those here. And we need a screwdriver. Look at that, beautiful. So now that we have that hooked up, we're just gonna grab a piece of chute. There we go, beautiful. Nothing broken here, everything's fine. Beautiful. There we go. So now we can flip this on. And we can trade with this guy. I was hoping to, except we don't have the vending machine turned on. Look at that, 720 available, 469. Bam. 568, bam. And then 331, bam. So that's, you know, almost 1100 bucks that we just made, or euros. We don't have water, we wouldn't be selling water anyway. We don't have oxygen or water replacements. So that's fine. Now we can just tell him to get out of here. We can turn that off, turn you off. Whew. They created it to bridge the gap between normal vending and large fridge and added in build stack of a good measure. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, I'll get some materials back when I recycle the vending machine that we placed down, but at least that gives us an easy access to trade. How much power we would have? Crap all power. We're just gonna keep stuff disabled now. We are gonna grab... What we are gonna grab though, we are gonna grab... did we have some of it? No. We're gonna turn you on. And we are gonna grab... a stack of that. We are gonna grab the backpack. There we go. And there we go. And that thing has 100 slots, so you know it's not too bad to get a little bit of crap in there. Right, so we got this one. And that one has been using power. That's not great. We are gonna grab all of our silicon. Because we are gonna need a whole bunch of pipes, and the only way we're gonna get pipes is if we throw in some silicon to smelt. And the only way we're gonna do that
Power low.
there we go. We're gonna need a whole crap ton of pipes now. That is gonna be our way out of this, because we are gonna need pipes to deal with the exhaust from these guys and the fuel in, because we're gonna have these guys chained up. So we're gonna do pipe in, pipe out, go over there, go to pipe in, and then go there over to the next machine. And then on the next machine, it is gonna separate out into, so the filtration for the water is gonna be moved over here. And it is gonna turn it into water vapor. And it is gonna send it back to a condensation place over by the regular Atmos. I think. Or, you know, since we need the pipe there anyway, we might as well... Maybe we don't need to do that. We just send the pipe back anyway with the hot water and... Because I want to get the waste materials. I think we do want to filter out the water there, send the water back, send whatever is left into another Stirling engine just at the end of it. Should maybe be good. Because it is gonna be... Do we have... Yeah, because we're gonna be running... Let's go there. There we go. So, we are going to be using... Do we want to go down there? With the first one, maybe? Yeah, that'll be fine. And then we'll just run it. Where is the H2 combustor? It's here somewhere, right? Yeah, it's right there. That's not where it's gonna stay. But it is where it is going to be poking around right now. That is our hot pipe coming down into what will be our utility tunnel. So that is the first of our pipes going underground, rather than all over the place. There's 85 grams of steel in this. That is gonna turn into pipes as well. So that's another 85 pipes. And that is gonna be building up into this Stirling engine right here. That is where the input is. That is where the input is. So we are just gonna do this. Bam, look at that, our Stirling engine. And then this. There we go, so that is hot gas going from one Stirling engine into the next Stirling engine. And then we're gonna have, you guessed it, hot gas coming from one Stirling engine going into another Stirling engine. Now we are actually gonna need to rethink this. We're gonna need to do it the other way around. Or not necessarily the other way around, but we are gonna need to go about it halfway. Because we're gonna have multiple pipes roaming around here. That's not the direction I put the pipe. Just wanna clarify that. There we go. That Stirling engine can then go into the third Stirling engine. And then that can go into a filtration unit. Now, what we probably should be doing is add, and I know I don't like the words that's gonna be coming out of me mouth. We're gonna add a temporary pipe. And it's gonna go over the whole fucking base. Because I need it. We're basically gonna send. So we take the really hot gas, right? And we're shoving it down this pipe, and that's gonna go into the Stirling engine here. That pipe will be there when the archaeologist comes. That's flashing an arrow, I know, because it's missing a tank. So, we're sending it down there. That's gonna cool it. Sending it down there. That's gonna cool it. Sending this pipe out, and this is where the temporary part comes in. So we're gonna paint this pipe as we're gonna paint it blue, or we're gonna paint it yellow. So this is a pipe that we're gonna remove. We are essentially going to pipe this over here, so we don't need to rebuild our current loop to keep the water going. We just need to pressurize the rooms that we just built and set them up with a cooling loop. That way we're just adding these at the end of the cycle. So the yellow pipe is going to be a replacement pipe, or you know, we're going to rip it off. But that way we can cut that and we can let it run through this system to see if it works. If it doesn't, we can put this back on. We're going to put that there. And we're going to put that other valve there. Just as a safety procedure in case we don't screw ourselves over on power completely. That way the operations should go on as usual, but with the added power capacity of these guys. Now I'm hoping that we'll get some decent power out of them. So what we are gonna do next is we are going to put a coal in the room. We're gonna put what do we have gas wise in this thing? Yeah, we're basically gonna take do we just wanna
Power critical.
Yeah, you can be power critical. I need to fill the room with gas.
Hydration critical.
Ah, for crying out loud. So, what gas do we want to be filling that room with? Do we want to use nitrogen again? Because I think it's nitrogen we have in the other room. Let's fill it with hydrogen. Yeah, I don't know how safe that is. I mean, I'm filling the bottles with hydrogen. So technically speaking, it should be fine. Ooh, actually, stellite. That's the really hot thing. We just wasted all of our freaking cobalt, or all of our silicone as well. We do have one stack left. We do have one stack left. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, technically speaking, hydrogen is a good option because hydrogen is an excellent coolant, or you know, it's an excellent thermal reactant. And as long as you don't mix an oxidizer with it, you're fine. No oxidizer, no boom. If you add oxidizer, it goes boom. So we got cobalt. We got silicon. Silicon is twice the amount. Ooh, okay. So we only get that, and then we get half a stack of silver. How much do we need? We need 1800. We need 10 MPa to 20 MPa. Yeah, we're just gonna yeet the gas. Easy peasy stellite. So what I'm thinking for is this guy. No stellite glass. You stay with me here. Let's see here. See what we got resource-wise. So we need a proper cooling agent to deal with the thingies, right? So oh yeah, this had all the random stuff. There we go. Large extendable radiators. So we're gonna need a proper freaking cooling system to do the to do this guy, right? So we're gonna do a bit of a extreme on it. So we are going to do this guy. Now this is absolutely fucking amazing cooling. But it takes a liquid. But the benefit of it is, one, it has significant thermal radiation. So it's got 73 compared to, let's grab medium radiator liquid. There. So it carries more than, like, it's 2.5 of the medium radiator liquids. Now, the significant benefit this has is that it can programmatically extend / retract, at which point it no longer radiates any thermal exchange, which means you can set it to, you know, once the temperature in the pipe is below 15 degrees, stop radiating temperature. Which is awesome, if I remember how this worked properly. But the problem with it is that it requires stellite glass to build, which is why it's not really something you can push on early on. We just want to grab one of these frames. A temporary iron frame, maybe. I mean, we're already making everything else temporary with this fucking build, so, you know. Where is this going to be not in the way? Nowhere. It's going to be in the way wherever way I put it. I think I just managed my first actual temporary build bit on Ogre because I don't want to carve out this area behind. Oh, that's not a bad. It's not a bad choice at all. I was contemplating throwing down some auto miners, not the deep miners, but the auto miners, to excavate downwards where we want to build the silo and the actual smeltery / centrifuges and whatnot. There we go. Look at that. And that extends out. And then that pulls back in. Because this can also be aimed at the sun versus aimed away from the sun, which can heat versus chill. Which is quite nice. But it does take damage in storm, so if you don't have storm warnings, bada bing bada boom. There we go. So now if we put we are gonna hook up an AC10 or an IC10 unit in it, and then we are going to connect that up to this wire. There we go. That is hooked up to that line, and then we can just, once again, we are gonna need power on this thing. We're gonna need to hit the batteries, and I kind of want to just access to it on the regular network, so we are just gonna connect it to the regular network. But just doing this. Of course.
Filter low. Power low.
Coming with all of these complaints again. There we go. That is the data network hooked up, and all of these are coming on there. Now I can grab any IC10 chip, and I can just set that to be over there. So we are gonna grab this. We are gonna eject all of the resources in here because we have all of it. Summarized up, we need gold, we need steel, we're gonna need solder, and then we're gonna need electrum and steel. And that's our IC10 chip, and we'll toss that into, I don't know, hydrogen filtration. Now, I want to get the pollutants out of this. But we do not have a...
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. Here, waste tank. Stuff's falling over the place. Oh, holy smokes. And this is another reason why I hot parched together some stellite as well, because then we can do our heavy filters. which will allow us to reduce the amount of crap to switch around the filters.
Hydration critical.
Let's check so nothing rolled off the freaking runway. Atmos. Because we need another atmospheric unit. Because we want to grab... we got down to 100 unit. What we want to grab is, we want to grab that pollutant. And we want to turn it into liquid. Because pollutant liquid, it turns into liquid if it is below 400 Kelvin, which is what, like 150 degrees? And it'll want to stay as a liquid all the way down to freaking 180. Didn't want to make more than one atmospherics, but we are gonna need more than one atmospherics. And we're gonna do a heavy pollutant filter. And then the question is, where do I want to put that temporarily here? Do I just want to do it? Do I just plonk it down here? Because the only place the pollutant thing is going to be going at the moment is going to be down here. Because right now we're venting it there. We're not going to have enough pipes to pull it all the way here. So we're just going to do filtration. Grab that pollutant filter. We're gonna grab some pipes, we can build it. We're gonna grab some insulated pipes, some more insulated pipes. And yes, I know we want water. Don't you worry, we're gonna get water here in a second. Just actually gonna check our water levels because I haven't checked those in a while. There we go, that is our filtration unit. Put in our pollutant there. And then we are gonna need a valve. But we are gonna do this. We are going to steal this valve. Because we are going to grab this and we are going to put it as a condensation valve. Let's just refill water. I'm getting annoyed by the beeping. Oh, it's still fine. Which I'm gonna be honest, I haven't checked the actual pipe outside. We might not be fine. See how much water we have in the pipe. We might actually need to add a pipe utility or something for 150 liters, 60 degrees. But that should calm down. Like this should get a lot more effective here. We want to grab you, because you can be an expansion valve or a little expansion tank for this guy. There we go. And then this one we actually just heat out, because this thing we just want to... We are just stealing the pollutant. There we go. And we are gonna do a liquid pipe canister utility thingy. And then we're gonna do liquid direct. Do I want to do a direct heat exchange or do I want to do a flow? I kind of want to do a flow one. Because that's gonna be what we are gonna be having most luck with dealing with that thing. Oh yeah, this thing requires steel sheets to weld up. You're gonna need a whole lot more liquid pipes, but we'll scrounge together here somehow. There we go. Is that input to 2? Because this is gonna be really fucking good. Now I wonder if we want to just... I'm thinking of testing just letting them be in the same room. So just grab the sheet off this thing. Right. And then in case it doesn't work, you know, we'll sort it out. But we should be able to handle the heat transfer. Like if we can get more pollutants to fill in. Because we get... Oh, we can burn uranium for that. Ooh. Yeah, that's fucking great. I'd forgotten about that. I had completely forgotten about that. So the best way to get pollutant, if you wanted to get pollutant, just burn fucking uranium. That's ooh. Okay, so that is gonna be our way to go. Pipes, pipes, and pipes, and pipes. So we are gonna need steel for that. And I don't think we have a lot of steel. And we are... It's freaking 8 a.m. right now, and I'm still going at this. So look at them! Look at the amazing base we've constructed. It's glorious. It's fantastic. It's so orderly. We know exactly where everything is. And it's such a beautiful, organized manner. We've got colored pipes of all the different colors in all the different directions. We got wires. We got red wires. We got purple wires. We got green wires. It's totally not confusing at all. And we got this battery right in the center of attention, so we always know how much power we have. And then in case we need to shut things off, we can just hit this transformer and nothing will work. And it'll be a pain in the ass to boot things up again. I mean, what can go wrong? Everything's perfectly laid out for an absolute disaster. You know what we are gonna do before we decide to call this off for the moment. There we go. Let's put these here. A little bit of a cleanup. Now we don't have random freaking loose items around here anymore. All the loose items is contained kind of around here. Which is, you know, it's still loose items, but at least it's somewhat contained.
Power low.
And we got, I don't know, probably 50 odd iron and or mixed bunch of other things in here that's mixtured. Right. So I think we are gonna we're gonna throw in the towel for tonight. We got continuing on with power tomorrow. And since I realized that we can burn uranium to get massive amounts of pollutant, that is what we're going to be doing. And we're going to use that pollutant, we're going to turn it into liquid, and we are going to fill this radiator. We're going to program the radiator to extend until it is really, really cold. And then we can set a volume pump for the radiator that's going to be always going. So that'll be like a flow on it. And then we'll have a volume pump for the gas that's in the room. What's that? That's a liquid pipe. That's a pipe, yeah. So we'll have a volume pump for the gases in the room. That'll cycle through here based on the temperature the gas needs to be going at. So if it's cold enough, it'll start throttling down the volume. And if it needs more, it'll start to throttle up to the set limit. And we can calculate the max throttle that we can do based on how much we can push through from the liquid side. Because that means we can get the liquid down to what, like negative what can you hit pollutant with before it starts to go solid? Yes, we can put it down to like minus 90 degrees. And a minus 90 degree liquid is going to be able to absorb a astronomical amount of heat from the gas. Or, you know, we're going to be doing the opposite. We're going to be reducing the throttle of the coolant going through it, which will reduce the coolant effect. But it's gonna take a bit more. It's gonna take a mining run to get the uranium, and we're also gonna need a whole bunch of iron for the steel for the pipes, because we need both liquid pipes and we need gas pipes. And then we're gonna be filling this room, and after that we'll turn it on and let it rip. But for now, you know, we're gonna save this up. We are on day 64, which is pretty freaking solid. 24 days forward. Save this up and see if we can find someone, some poor soul here in the morning to raid out onto. So for the people that have stuck with me for this time, thank you very much for participating in this chaos and helping me out, as well as keeping me company. It has been an absolute pleasure. And if you want to stick with where we're going next and how we're continuing on. Holy crap, he's been going on for... Do I want to raid Fuldoma? Fuldoma, it wasn't... Was he not supposed to be with what? I'm confused. Anyway, we'll pop over to Fuldoma, say hi. Great guy. And catch you all in the next episode if you are tuning in to the channel at the set time and schedule. And for the time being, take care, good night, have a good evening / morning / rest of the weekend, and catch you later.